Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to Bluespan's Dota 2 stream. Hello Lulu, hello Logan, hello Robin, hello Blent. Hello Nicholas. Yo, Danny. Seems kind of cool. Hi, Vineet.
Earthshaker here. Yes, indeed.
Prepare for battle.
Onward.
You know, the AoE is bigger than it actually is.
Earth and sky together. Move it. I guess I got overexcited. Very good. Oh, yes. Plate seeker. Ground pound.
The sure is a little simple, isn't it? Hello, Ren.
Covering ground. Tremble. Enchant.
Wonder if the enchant total takes into consideration your.
Sanj and Yasha.
Come on, Matt. It's Paragon level now.
Bless you.
Do we have the Drow bow? No.
Moving. Yes. Respect the earth. Tremble. That was no shock.
720, okay.
Pump it up. Respect the earth. Return to the earth.
Your turn to bag. Five seconds remaining.
Okay, I play mid. No one wants to play mid. I play mid.
Your turn to pick.
Blow a nudge.
Your turn to pick.
This music sounds like someone's talking, but it's not really. And I believe it sounds like the Nature's Prophet.
Ten seconds remaining.
The earth and I rise as one.
Your
Whoa, this is a team full of legends and they're a team full of ancients. What the hell?
turn. 10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Do I like Earthshaker's Arcana?
Your turn to pick.
Let's see here. For level 365, was it? Jesus Christ, that's really expensive.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, no, it's... How much money is that? So you would have to spend 120 US dollars. Alright. Nah, I don't like it. I mean, you get a lot of things, other things along the way, but it's just expensive.
Your turn to pick.
What's wrong with my Ember Spears? They're not moving. Yeah, what are you talking about, Matt? You got older. You're not getting any younger. What you saying? Hi, Command Desk. I'm doing alright, how are you?
Recast in Ember Heat. The stalwart flame flickers.
Prepare for battle.
On and on again.
It is in the bag.
Fear not the forest.
Thanks, Finny.
All paths find serenity. Flame lights the dangers lie here.
30 seconds to battle.
Be wary. Be cautious. The road is endless. What must be
The
discovered?
fuck, man?
Destiny
The battle
awaits.
begins.
They will learn. A destiny.
What the fuck, guys? You leave me here with this jug?
No path but through.
Oh, it is co-op mid. Thanks.
A journey without end. Harmony must be earned. Have you a light? The way is clear. You will be seared. Balance it. No. All action is reaction. It must be done. You're in
Oh
this.
my god, he got out. Wow. Wow.
Prepare for a lesson.
Wow. Oh my god, I got hit.
Captured in the flame. What dangers lie here?
Wow.
You feed the flame.
Oh, Nicholas, thanks, buddy.
Fear not the forest. The stalwart flame flickers.
When are you coming?
A higher state achieved. You face the
Oh, fuck, he got me.
Thought you had
He got me. Thanks for donation. You want to see Clinks, so you're saying, Nicholas? Sure, bud. Heard some
flame
shit there,
lights
man.
the way. No. On and on again. A trial by fire.
Okay, remind me before next game starts, okay?
Rune imprisoned. Freedom
I might forget.
foretold.
Shit like that.
No path but through. What must be discovered? Be wary. Be cautious.
What the fuck's wrong with this pop?
The lesson was run. All action is reaction.
お前はもう死んでいる。
He shouldn't do it.
Balance in all things. It must be.
God damn it. I thought he casted that
Become strength. Your place is here. I am under attack.
already. Am I gonna win this, guys? Oh my god, nope.
sound of mine.
Yep, I did not win that.
Warrior's way.
Oh man, I actually used one of my bottle
Is
charges.
clear.
You simply cannot.
The road is endless. A journey without end. Come and learn humility. Be ensnared in fire.
Man, this co-op sucks, dude.
Harmony must be earned. All paths find serenity.
Hey, I want that. I want that. Okay, Venom. I can. Yeah, I'll give you a sip, but
Be wary. Be cautious. Warm to the touch. All action is reaction. Never refuse gold given.
thank you for your contribution, Ben.
Fire shall teach you.
Yep, Queen of Pain missing. Oh, there she is.
I shall teach you. To be spent wisely. None escape my fire. The stalwart flame flickers. What plans I have.
Can you make him spin somehow? Yeah, I'm coming with haste. You can kill this guy.
Flames rush forth. Balance. Haste. Hurry to the fray. What must be done? I am under attack. A flash and burn away your ignorance. The way is clear. You will be seared. Discover now.
Thanks.
Dire structures are fortified.
Maybe we should shrine.
Without
Your
aid.
middle tower is under attack.
And shrine do?
Fear not the forest.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
God damn it! I'm gonna wait for him. Oh, one wave.
Flame lights not.
I'm gonna shrine and come top, probably.
Tis not yet time. The road is endless.
PA, I need mana, so like I'm not gonna be there.
Tis not yet time.
Fuck.
All paths find serenity. No path.
Hey Doom, are you getting blasted?
It must be done.
Oh, what the fuck, man? I'm not even paying attention.
Harmony must be earned.
You fucking bitch, you're dead! Oh my god. Oh, I'm too. Oh, good dude.
What dangers
Damn, that's so good.
lie here?
I'm like, I have. It's either he's gonna aim the right direction or he's not. I really hope he just aims like a, you know, like someone who plays
お前
normally.
はもう死んでいる。何？
What must be discovered? No path but through. Carry forth the
Oh, wait, I don't
flame.
even have TP scroll. What the fuck?
The way is clear.
Wait, I want to shrine 2P.
Reaction.
Hey, let's try and get all the runes. Doom's got bot, so we should try and fight top.
Alright, how about you, Pia, get top? Oh, I still got hit by that shit.
Warm to defiance. Flame lights the way. A journey without end.
Your top tower is under attack.
You tell him that guy's always attention whoring.
Come and learn humility. The stalwart flame flickers. Fear not.
I can kill this Queen of Pain.
I need more time. Dangers lie here. Solid, you and I. Harmony must be earned.
Queen of Pain's heading bottom, you see that? Actually, I'm gonna run towards you.
Who's that scorpion?
Oops, oh my god, I pressed it twice.
From blaze to inferno. That was toasty. Shade. Become peace.
I wasted one revenue
Shall
there.
teach you.
Wow!
Destiny awaits us all. A trial by fire. Your end has come.
Oh, you're okay, bud.
I shall spin wisely. Oh, Pam. I am not ready. All paths rune imprisoned, freedom foretold. A journey without end. The road is endless. Flame lights the way. What must be discovered? A test of training.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
It must be done. Flames will spread thrice.
How the fuck did I miss this shit, man? Just don't understand. Okay.
Balance in all things.
Radiant structures are fortified.
The way is clear. Be on your way.
Run to me, run to Abaddon.
I am not ready. What dangers lie here?
Ah. How long is the lingering effect of fountain regeneration? Does anyone know?
His reaction.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's us all. You have no chance. None escape my fire. And yet, they persist. Prepare for a lesson. What paths I have. My image steps forth. The root of invisibility. Hurry to the
Item.
Zero insight. And his name is John C.
That's why I live in Canada.
This has only begun.
Thanks.
A trial by fire.
The enemy's top tower is fallen.
A warrior's way. 'Tis not
Hey,
yet
that-
time. On and on again.
You might have survived that. I have a feeling he'll survive that.
As I have.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I am not ready.
What the?
Harmony must be earned. I am not ready.
Alright.
All paths fine. I shall teach you. Destiny awaits us all. The way is clear.
No Benny needed.
A journey with a burn forth, my friend.
They have a sentry there, Doom. They just dewarded me.
Just lie here.
Your top tower is under attack.
Be cautious. Fire shall teach you.
Your middle
Is there any
tower
sound
is
effects for
under attack.
RKO? Is anyone supposed to understand what RKO means?
The enemy's bottom tower is fallen. Your middle tower is under attack.
Spin wisely.
Your middle tower has been denied.
It must be earned.
WWE? People watch wrestling?
The road is endless. Rune imprisoned, freedom foretold. Flame lights the way. You have no chance. On and on again. Have you a light? Who's that scorching fellow? You will be seared.
Right, okay. Hi Krabby, how you doing, buddy?
None escape my
Haven't seen you for a while.
The enemy's top tower is fallen.
taste of training.
I think pushing high ground is a little throwy.
All action is reaction.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Make my life easier.
Balance in all things.
You got a heat stroke?
Your bottom tower
Jesus.
is under attack.
You right, man?
No path but through. 'Tis not yet time. I need more time. The stalwart flame flickers. Behold, a subtle burn. Be wary, be cautious. Behold, a reward be swift. Serenity. Harmony must be earned.
Actually, I shouldn't have put 2 down 2 remnants like that. Oops.
Fire shall teach you. What must be discovered?
Oh.
Your end has come.
Your top tower is under attack.
Ouch.
You will be feared.
Your
Chained
top
in
tower
searing
has
heat.
fallen.
Walk a warrior's way.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
My image steps forth. I need more time. The stalwart flame flickers.
Illusion.
You face the flame. 'Tis not yet time.
Wow, not a single lightning proc?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
And away I go. Fear not the forest. Warm to the touch.
Let me take this.
Immortality.
Your bottom tower is under
It
attack.
must be done. Never refuse gold given. The way is clear. I am not ready. From pyre to power. Balance.
Let me finish this camp.
A journey without end. A trial by fire. All action
Can I have this,
is
please?
reaction. Carry forth the flame. You have no chance. No path but through. Awaits us all.
Yeah, be patient. Let the other people come. Care. Yeah, these guys are not close to tier 3 enough.
The road is endless. I am not ready. Flame lights the way. Beware, be swift. A tool to teach. What danger can be ensnared in fire? to the fray. Count undivided, you and I. All who snuff me out.
Oh man. Oh shit, I got 2 Yolokas. Was I the one who went in? I don't remember going in. Do you guys remember what happened here? Let's just ward push. What do you keep? Are you just waiting for Pudge to hook somebody? What?
I deserve this. I burn once more. It must be done. Carry forth the flame. Warm to the touch.
Better PA take Aegis? Why?
Lights the way.
You know, even if PA said, "Oh, you give me the Aegis," why? Why? What makes you think that PA would do any better with the Aegis? Does this PA look like he has more farm than me? More kills?
The road is endless.
What are you more scared of, 2 PAs or 2 Ember Spirits, huh?
The stalwart flame flickers. No path.
Thanks, Sharma. Yeah, I've been practicing a lot of Ember Spirits, though. Looking to get better for sure.
Walk a warrior's way. Be on your way. Destiny awaits us all. All paths find serenity. You feed the flame.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
'Tis not yet time. What must be discovered? Behold, my searing caves. That scorching venom. Just let me behold my searing caves. We ensnared in fire. Under attack.
Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Fear not. Captured in the pain. Tis not yet time.
There you go.
I am not ready.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
A test of training. Burn forth, my friend.
Get the bottom runes, please.
The road is endless. One plan, never refuse gold given. The stalwart flame, rune and prison.
What the fuck's my Revenant doing?
What dangers lie here? I am not ready. Fear not the forest. unites us all. 'Tis not. The way is clear. To my be wary. Be cautious. I need more beams. Image steps. Rune and comforting rule. Behold, my searing chains. On and on again. Chained in searing heat. Walk a warrior's way. Your place is here. More time. Harmony must be earned. 'Tis not yet time.
Wait a minute, he has Shivas already.
You have no chance. I need more time. Balance in all things. Prepare for a lesson.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
It must be done. What plans I have. No path, but through. All action is reaction. 'Tis not yet time. All paths find serenity. I am not ready. What must be discovered? 'Tis not yet time. Image steps.
Kill the healing word, please.
I need more time. Another aims to push that scorching fellow. I am
Where'd he go? Where did fucking Jug go? What the?
all paths find serenity. Be wary. Be cautious.
Dire structures are fortified.
On and on again.
Hey Donnie, can you stop backseat gaming?
I shall teach you. 'Tis not yet time.
Thanks,
Your
buddy.
way. The road is endless.
Radiant structures are
I
fortified.
need more time. I shall teach you. I need more time. None escape my fire.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Come and learn. You face the flame. Come to the fray. All action is reaction. Burn forth, my friend. Fear not the worst.
You're the healing word, dude.
Lights the way. Ignite the flame god. Be swift. The stalwart flame flickers. Captured in the flame. Are your state achieved? I
Do you understand stop backseat gaming? Let me know if it's too hard to understand, okay, bud?
It must be done.
He's fucking talking, dude. I'm not too stressful.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Excuse me? Why am I being pinged?
You will be I am not ready. A journey without end. Won't never refuse gold given. Nope. What plans I have. A trial by fire. I need more time. The way is clear. I need more time. What must be discovered? Carry forth the flame. Walk a warrior's way. Prepare for drink deep flame's knowledge. Flame lights the way. Never refuse gold. The road is endless. A test of training. 'Tis not yet time. Hurry to the fray. All action is reaction.
My veiled
Harmony
sisters.
must be earned. I need more time. 'Tis not yet. Fear not the forest. The flame protects me. My image step. What must be the
Your shine has fallen to the dark.
enlightenment. Balance in all things. Fire shall teach you.
Where did I put my rune? Okay.
I am not ready. Be on your way.
Enemy's middle barracks has fallen. Radiant structures are fortified.
It must be done. It is not yet I need more. Tis not yet time. Chain in searing.
Man, I keep forgetting to use my lotus, dude.
Princess of Burnford, my friend.
I can buy back. Huh? I can buy back and keep pushing.
A journey. I need more time. I am not
enemy's middle tower has fallen.
GG guys.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Holy fuck, this Venomancer keep whining the whole game. GG, GG. Oh, I did 70,000 hero damage? Damn, that's a lot. Oh yeah, vote me MVP. That's right.
It's over 9,000!
Anyone know when we should buy Lotus when enemies have lots of stun? Well, Repo, do you understand how Lotus works? And just because they have a stun doesn't mean that you have to buy Lotus, right? Some stuns are AoE. Yeah, I owe you Clink Scheme, Nicholas. I don't think I can search for a game right now, right? Anyways, Lotus reflects targeted spells. Okay, so let's use the Pudge and Ogre as an example of this game, right? So Pudge, he has to target me with this member, and then it reflects it right back at him. Same with Ogre's Fireball, right? So he tries to cast Fireball on me, and then it reflects it right back at him. Yeah, I'll show you MMR, you say please. Hi, Anka. Dota 2 game coordinator. Glad you like the Sonic Wave dodge. Can you press Lotus after being dismembered? No. No, you have to use it before. Hey Donnie, why do you keep backseat gaming? I fucking said this to you 3 times now. Okay. Dota 2 game coordinator waiting room. Alright, where are we? Which cheer is the worst? Timbersaw right now? Hey Donnie, I'm not gonna answer a single one of your questions until you answer mine. Hi Sandy, thanks buddy. Hi Pyro. Hi Silvio. Look, another Romanian. New Arcana, yes. Hello Parth. This thing still looks so fat. I know, right, Sharma? Fucking listening comprehension, you know what I mean? Jesus Christ. Don't you hate it when you ask the same person 3 questions, the exact same 3 questions, and then you just whoosh. Attention seeking. I'm not gonna do that. You're new on my channel, welcome. Yeah, I think everyone's getting. Oh, I think we can play. Oh, I got to update Dota. I think coordinator's back up. Main account has 220 battle pass levels or something like that. Hello Fadley. Okay, I am updating Dota 2. Hello Swap, no long time to see. Hello Yojin. Okay, I updated Dota 2 and game coordinator still has problems. Oh, how long's what? My penis? Really long. Hello, Arvin. Hello, Samir.
It's over 9,000!
Hello, Manith. So I have a question for you, Repro. I will answer because I noticed you like questioning your viewers. Yes. I asked you earlier, do you understand how Lotus Orb works? Am I a very serious guy? I don't know, you tell me. Do you think I'm a very serious guy? How about ES Arcana? It's alright, a little expensive though. Yeah, play a lot of since Insuda. Bought a new bike. What kind of bike did you buy? Playing some Dota, man. Hello, Abdul. Alright, Vania, here I play sound effects for you. I'm an adult. Which country is what? The definition of a man who stands between serious and fun. That's what happens when you get older, you know? Alright, Nicholas, we're about to play a Clinks game for you, sir. Do I know Hindi language? Hey Parth, let me ask you a question. Do I look like someone or sound like someone who knows the Hindi language? Some of you guys are just... You guys are interesting people, you know? Are you late, Kaiser? Yes. So Repro. You understand the Lotus Reflect spell, so you buy Lotus when the enemy has stuns that you can reflect? It's a lot more simple than you think, man. Yamaha R3. I do not know that specific bike, but that's awesome that you got a bike, bud. What hero makes you laugh the most generally? Techies. Hey Steven, let me know if I need to ban you. Who are you talking about, bud? Let me know if there needs to be a ban, okay? Am I brown? If not, you don't know Hindi? That's racist. You don't think you're ready to grow up, Tundra? That's okay. Stay young. If you watch Sham and Drees, I have no idea who that is. We're not doing polls for now. My face is dark pink. My face is dark pink? Like I said, some people are very, very interesting people. Can Lotus reflect Necrosalty? Yes. You're okay, Steven Sue? So can you stop your toxic behavior? Steven? Thanks, man. Why I'm not saying anything? Steven, there are more than one Steven in here. Holy shit! Some of you guys are really dense, I swear to God.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
How are they leading this? Thanks, Kaiser. Skeletons use your current searing arrows ability and attack only heroes. Does Burning Army proc weapon effects? I believe it doesn't, right? Thanks, Dota 2. Okay. Thanks, Lulu.
I am clear.
Two tango, please.
None quicker.
Prepare for battle.
Yes. Straight as an arrow. Set you alight.
Attack rate 1.75. Okay. Base damage.
I swear it.
Right. So Desolator makes a lot of sense. Diffusal also makes sense. And I don't buy Diffusal.
30 seconds to battle.
Diffusal makes sense for Dusa though. I don't think I'll be going that though.
Certainly.
Watch out for Mirana's arrow.
The battle begins.
The arrow of war is loose. Indeed.
Not chasing anyone.
Yes.
Fuck man, this guy's gonna get Fisher arrowed.
Yes. I alight to battle. Where to? Yes. Think. Close my bones. Better to run than curse the road. Light my way.
Oh god.
Certainly.
What we do is just go back.
Yes. Yes. I alight to battle. Where to? Watch him ready. All mine.
Nice clarity, Miranda.
Better to run than curse the road. Quick fire. Straight as an arrow. Light my way. Indeed. My truth. A light to guide my way. A light, yes. Think. None quicker. Sweat. Firing. Mine. An arrow lights my way. Point the way.
Wow, man, I fucking missed that. It's amazing.
First blood. Come on, not teach my chick.
Fire my arrow. Better to run than curse the road. None quicker. Sweat. Straight as an arrow. Light my way.
Okay, man, you wanna fight me?
I'm under attack. Yes.
Oh, fuck. Oh my god, he actually got me. You die.
Stars, take me.
Oh shit.
Let's fly. Fire where to? Yes. Yes. Compound damage. Point the way. I alight to battle.
Runes, please. Go grab runes.
Yes. Indeed. I alight to battle. Better to run than curse the road. Yes. Indeed. Where to? Point the way. Straight as an arrow. Yes. I swear it. Yes. Light my way. Yes. None quicker. Certainly.
Oh my god, the catapult, dude.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Yes.
Two things there, jungle. Just go.
None quicker. I alight to battle. Certainly. Straight fight.
Ready for your ban? The fuck is wrong with this guy? Lulu, am I misunderstanding something this? Or does this guy need to be banned? Let me know.
On target. Straight as an arrow.
That guy's fucking dumb as shit, man. Seriously, wow.
Where to? Indeed.
Visibility.
I swear it.
Okay, man.
Yes.
Nothing touches the
Arrow crew. My bones.
sniper. Ready?
Attack.
Zero play.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Oh, damn, what a nice play.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Techie's game? Sure, buddy. Thanks, man. If you're a toxic, you're gonna be banned. Straight up. Let me know if you need more bans.
Demon fire shall cover these sweat. Where to?
Blood on your hands.
His life is all a gift.
Certainly. Yes. Burn. Think goes my bones.
Dire structures are fortified.
Light my way.
The twins.
Wow.
Yes.
Thanks, guys.
I alight to battle. Point the way. For the Hoven lands. Straight as an arrow.
Get this go back.
The
back,
enemy's
back,
top
back.
tower has fallen.
Run and curse the road.
Oh man, I should have TP bottom this shrine and then farm this. Someone take bottom farm.
The enemy's middle tower has been denied. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
Another item.
Where to?
Oh, thanks, Pudge.
An arrow lights my way.
This will come in handy.
Better to run than curse the road. They will burn. Ghostly bones. I alight to battle. One none quitter. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Indeed.
Oh wait, he's going deep on this shit, huh?
Yes. Certainly. Yes. A shot worthy of gold. Set you alight.
Is that illusion?
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Light my way. Heat rises. I alight to battle.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Yes. Better to run than curse the road.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Died anyways, dude.
Yes. A shot worthy of gold.
Oh shit. That's warded.
Certainly. I'm under attack.
He doesn't have dust.
Where to? Straight as an arrow.
I'm gonna shrine top.
Yes.
Runes.
Swear it. Yes. Lovely.
Yo, the sniper needs help.
Fresh meat.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Point the way. Better to run than curse the road. Immolation. None quicker. Yes. I alight to battle. On target. Fusion. Swear it. Straight as an arrow. Ah, certainly.
You can still kill him.
Yes. Indeed. Let's fly.
They moonlight for Drow. Probably running at me.
Yes. Where to?
For Shaker's blink.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Thanks, man.
Yes. Straight as an arrow.
Oh, that's annoying.
Indeed.
Hi, BJ.
I swear it. Yes. None quicker.
I'm willing to bet there's a sentry
Is
somewhere
under
around there.
attack.
Better to run than curse the road. Where to?
This guy has blink, okay.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Certainly.
Kara, we don't have half our team here, so we should probably back it up just a bit.
Structures are fortified.
Yes. Yes. I alight to battle. Firing.
I have my ultimate still. Kara, Bloodseeker, don't die here, okay? He's gonna go for you. I don't have mana. Oh shit. Nice.
Yes. An arrow true. Yes.
Runes? Grab the bottom runes, please. Thank you.
For the twins.
That's my just reward. None quicker. Haste.
I'm coming bottom with haste.
I alight to battle. Indeed. Certainly.
Yeah, gotta go motion there we go.
Hoven lands.
I'm willing to bet there's a ward there. Not sure which.
Where to?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Indeed.
Hey, I'm gonna go hunt the drow.
Yes.
Care bottom. Okay. Drow's probably TPing back already. Oh no, he's still there.
Yes.
Drow's dead. Yeah, I haven't played Clinks the new Ultimate yet, to be quite honest with you.
None quicker.
Seems kind of good.
Yes.
Back bottom, you don't have Bloodseeker, you don't have me. Back bottom, please. Yeah, it's just the three of you.
Has fallen.
Yeah, but we got a buyback.
That is a good trade.
Straight as an arrow.
Oh, he fucking knows that.
Point the way. Shot dead. Straight flight. I swear it.
Yes, thank you for explaining to me how probability works.
Where to? Point the way. Yes. Inhale. I alight to battle. Better to run than curse the road.
Hey, I think we can do Roshan. Sniper, let's do Roshan, okay? Bloodseeker, can you come to?
Fire my arrow. What a shot. Light my way.
Hey, Bloodseeker, come Blood Rage, please.
None quicker.
Blood Rage Roshan.
Fallen to the ring.
Yes.
I'm gonna Shrine top.
Where to? Fight us for war.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Straight shooter. Yes. An arrow crew.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
Oh man.
Straight shooter.
The song sucks dick.
An arrow lights my way. Your flesh is weak.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Hit a BKB.
Quick fire. as an arrow. Attack! Straight as an arrow. My truth. Yes.
Yep.
Light my way. Indeed. Butterfly. Yes. Invisibility.
Invisible clicks. They'll never expect that.
None quicker.
Man, how many clarities have I bought this game, guys? What the? I blocked that by myself?
Compound attacks. I swear it. Where to?
Okay, we can siege.
It's over 9,000!
Yo, help him up.
Your life is mine.
Killed Val too. Holy shit. Oh, hi Jocelyn.
Not swim ready. On target.
Was there Clink's ult before Death Pact? There's always Death Pact or some shit like that.
Dire structures are falling. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Hey, let's get back.
The enemy's middle barracks.
Ooh, I don't know if I want to commit to this. Oh, okay. Kara, no, they have 5 now, they have 5. Definitely not a good fight. Unless Rao dies. I have my ultimate again. Oh, you keep pushing since Mirana's dead too.
Keep going. It's fine.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
Oh, there he's dead. Good. Crowd's back up.
Light my way.
It's okay, man. I carry you.
Might just rule. Certainly.
Kill Cal.
My way. Yes. Point the way.
Wait, someone say something?
Better to run than curse the road. I like
What the? I'm lagging. Oh my god. Yo, I might fight this. I have BKB and haste. Oh shit. Oh, I got caught. I got caught. I got caught. Oh man, that stupid fucking... I got caught in the Deuce's ult, dude. Oh man. Oh. Yeah, actually, I was thinking to myself, I was like, Deuce's ult pierces BKB, right? So if I... Oh shit. Morning, Johnny. Yeah, we do need a gym.
Are you listening?
Is he the same? Is he the same Venomancer from last game? There was a Venomancer last game, right? He was really whiny as well. I think it's a different guy. Whiny Venomancers. Trust me. No, they're not the same people, but what is it with today's Venomancer players and being whiny? Yes, I see that now. Thank you. This fucking guy.
none quicker.
Probably should have just TP'd.
Structures are fortified.
Group.
Yes.
Here, I'm gonna grab these runes.
Straight as an arrow.
The open. Or smoked.
Straight as an arrow. Illusion.
Oh, sorry, buddy. This creep's gonna get you good.
The enemy's bottom tower.
Doesn't fucking matter.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
GG, guys. There you go, Nicholas. You like your did you like your Clinks game? What did you think about my item build or my playstyle? As opposed to how you would play it? Vote for me MVP? Yeah, man. Yeah. Oh yeah, I gotta play techies. All right. Oh, that was one of my jungle heroes. Hey Nyan Ngo, you're from are you from Ho Chi Minh City? You from Ho Chi Minh? I'm gonna be there next week. Yeah, we're gonna play techies, Nick. You excited about that, bud? Yeah, me and some friends are gonna be in Ho Chi Minh. Oh fuck no, I'm not partying with people I don't fucking know. Especially first time commenters. When am I gonna be in Singapore again? I don't know. Alright, time to play techies. Unless it gets banned.
Your turn to bat. 5 seconds remaining. Your
Why
turn
do you
to
think I would party with you? This is my first time in Southeast Asia? Buddy, I was born in Southeast Asia. Hey Prajwal, people have already answered your question, man. Why don't you listen to them? Hey Nicholas, I was like, Nicholas, I said, how did you like the Clinks game? That was the first question. The second question is, how did you find my item build and also the playstyle? So, 3 questions. You don't have to
Your
answer them,
turn to
but
pick.
just having a conversation with you, Nick. Kalis.
Your turn to pick.
Mrs. OG, what? Oh shit, Nicholas. Okay. MRS equals female, you know that, right? It's okay, Nicholas. Work comes first, man. Let's just play Dota music.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
I like Nick.
Sounds good, Johnny. Hey, Johnny. Now, this is gonna sound really Western, but are there places we can stay that are not, outdoors type places that have doors and air conditioning? You know what I mean, right, buddy? The thing with houses in Vietnam, guys, is that it's like... Start top? Yeah, I could. Oh, we agree on this, Johnny. That's great, man, because I wasn't looking forward to having, like, no doors, mosquitoes everywhere. It used to be that when I was in Vietnam, I would... Actually, my aunts and uncles, right? They'd come in with a bottle of a mosquito spray every fucking morning, just spray the whole room, like literally the whole fucking room, right? and then you know they just start sweeping up the mosquitoes, and it even looks like rice. You know, like there's so many mosquitoes, right? I wasn't looking forward to doing that. So I was like, oh man, hope we're not going back to my childhood. Hello, Christian.
If you want explosions,
Yeah, there are so many mosquitoes. Like you know, you get the dust in the pan, and you know, and you sweep it up, and it looks like almost like rice in consistency.
You like biochemistry, Doom?
What is he talking about?
Come on, guys.
Like biochemistry, Doom?
Biochemistry? Oh, that's his name is aminophthalhydroside.
Yeah, I'm taking that class this fall, so I just got finished with organic chemistry too. That class was god awful.
Yo, AJ, how you doing?
You think biochemistry is difficult or no?
Hey, MSV, I asked you a question that you totally ignored.
High school? Oh, I'm taking.
You doing hungry?
My
I'm
school, like,
also
I
doing
felt
hungry.
Like OChem was easy, but, like,
Weird
they
girl's
made it
name,
so
isn't that right?
difficult At my school, like it was ridiculous.
Both of us, you know, that's just weird.
Like we had like exams, but like we were given practice exams, and like he didn't give any answer key for them. So like we didn't even know if the.
Hey, we have 3 here. Get your asses over here.
The battle begins.
Okay, okay.
measurements made.
Bombs built.
You wanna hook me, Pudge?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's blow something up.
There is no mosquitoes in Hanoi. Are you serious? I haven't been to Vietnam in like 15 years, so I don't know what it's like there anymore.
Science.
Denied!
What was
Hey,
that?
I'm coming back top. We can kill this Pudge.
First blood?
Stop.
I only see a crater.
Aw, no blood.
We don't have kill potential on the Kunkka yet. Hey Nyan, you want to be my tour guide for Ho Chi Minh? Or does your girlfriend have all that set up? Johnny.
Let's go.
Huh?
What? Whee! Woo! See?
Four. Let's go.
You should kill them when they contest like this.
I know I should respect the dead, but first
plan.
you have to earn it.
Good job.
Me too.
Yes! You sure?
Quit arguing.
I need the carrier. I need my bottle.
Haste!
Baby needs his bottle.
Yeah.
My thanks. Woohoo!
Oh, this is not going to be a successful chain pull. Or is it? Actually, I could have done it.
Off we go!
Let's kill Pudge. Kill Pudge again.
Let's find out.
Hey, Shadow Shine, go back in and fight.
The lanes are lined for the likes of you.
Regenerate top, so. Just gotta stay back so you guys are back here.
Ooh. Huh?
What? Science!
Work starts at 1:30. 1:30 in the afternoon, Yan. You have an apartment
Doom
for
is a
rent?
hero that doesn't need help though. Like he just automatically is relevant because of our keeps him in the game.
Hey, Yan, how many people does the apartment fit?
This is good. This is good. We got to send this out.
Find a place.
You can't even watch? Why can't you watch, Yan?
What was that?
Regeneration.
Johnny, can you just Google?
Stupendous.
You type like a grandma.
Learn from your mistakes.
Jesus.
Huh?
What?
Denied.
Set.
That way!
Wasn't nice.
Oh, I should have bought my items before I fucking exploded. What am I doing?
You again?
What of it?
Come on!
Like a tree. We're going!
Jeez.
Oh fuck, wrong button, dude. Why did I use this button? Jesus, Jesus.
Quit arguing!
Oh, that's really nice of you, Yan. The thing is, we don't mind paying, to be quite honest. We just want a really nice place. So if you have a really nice place, that would be really nice.
It's hard to kill TA, man.
Set.
Come on, creep. What's this guy doing? What are you doing, Juggernaut?
Get him!
Oh shit. Oh man.
I'm just healing up quick.
Off we go!
Haste.
I'm going on Pudge. Here we go.
Shaman, take the lane to yourself.
He's like, what do I go for? What do I go? I need door.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I like privacy. You guys don't like privacy? Come on, man. I'm trying to stack it, you fuck. Oh, he has Omni Slash.
We're going.
I'm on my way, Shaman.
Man, these guys are really bad at countering techies. It's not like the techies that I was facing a while back. He sucked dick. I mean, who was it? No, it wasn't. Sorry. I mean, I didn't mean techies. I mean, like someone who's. Oh wait a minute.
Oh shit! Sorry, I didn't realize you did. My bad, bro. My bad.
You know, there's a support player who just got every single one of my. Oh, sorry, I gotta kill myself. Yeah, he just killed all my shit. I wonder if Shadow Shaman wants that.
Well, that was interesting. Regeneration. Looking for me?
Oh.
I'm going to the
Wait, dual breath doesn't cancel regeneration? Holy shit.
Yes.
With a 6, okay. No, I don't. Oh wait, you have wards, huh? Yo! Oh, you don't have mana? You have no mana?
Planted.
Off we go.
Alright, everyone just walk away. Everybody chill. Wah wah. Mommy, how gonna kill me?
Let's go. Whee!
Kunkka TPing top tier 1.
Off we go.
You know, I don't even know why I get remote mines sometimes.
Where's a good little mine? You sure?
Quit arguing.
It's okay, BJ. I got a button for this. For this shit.
Granted. Here,
Have one.
No, not until you have your wards.
careful. Let's go. Off we go.
Alright, round 2. Shadow Shaman! Why you do this? Why you do this? Yo, get this guy too.
Blown away.
I'm stuck here, man. Man, I don't even know what to say about your place, man.
Money.
I'm just speechless, you know?
Your middle tower is under attack.
This fucking guy.
Radiant structures
Report the
are
Shadow Shaman.
fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Bloody crazy.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
I'm on my way, Doom. Alright, you're good.
Science.
Planet.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Huh?
What? What was that?
I didn't see anything.
Wait a minute, wait a minute. Oh, oh no! Ah, damn it, dude. I got the tower though, it's worth it. I hope you keep queuing to this SS. So
Your bottom
funny.
tower is under attack.
Not funny for me.
We have to get both top on the rooms.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Fortune's changed.
Let me get the bounty and I got bottle.
Set.
Oh my god. He's just fucking sitting there, huh? Yeah, you wanna try round 3, bro? Round 3? Go. Please, sir, don't fuck it up this time.
You sure?
Quit arguing.
Okay.
He's gonna be Conker's just gonna be a tough out regardless. Like just
Hey Christopher, glad you're like having a good time, man. Now you're dead.
Your middle tower
Get ready,
is
Doom.
under attack.
ready to just doom this jug.
Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh fuck, I might die here.
Tower has fallen.
Not yet.
They didn't even oh, whatever.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Everybody make it back.
I think so. Woohoo!
Fucking Pudge right here.
Yes.
Radiant
Wanna get
What
off.
the-
We just want to bail on this.
Was that for mid tower or was that for techies?
Come here. And set.
Roshan
Oh my
has
god.
fallen to Radiant.
Boy, press me!
Woohoo!
Set.
Storm, we can turn this, bro.
He's exploding with ideas.
Not literally, I hope.
Go, Storm. Storm, Storm, Storm. Yeah, all you gotta do is grab the jug and we win. We got him. I promise we got him. They have nothing. They can't fight to this island.
Yes.
That works too.
Ah shit! Ah shit! Ah shit!
You just kind of gotta ignore this today for now.
No, no. Oh god. I'm dead.
You get the Aegis.
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Man. Space for mid tower. Most important tower in the
Enemy's
game.
middle tower has fallen. Your
Shaman,
top
commit your
tower
wards to
is
this.
under attack.
Enforce rotation.
Hey Shaman, commit your words to nothing again.
You don't need to be a dick.
Your top tower is under attack.
That was dead.
Regeneration.
Nah, I'm just joking with the
Radiant
guy.
structures are
I
fortified.
hope so.
Your top tower is under attack.
That way.
Go bottom. Oh shit. There's a Coca here. That is a wise choice.
This is gonna be fun.
They're all bottom. Doom pressure top.
Let's go.
See you later, friends. Oh my god, there's a punch of a blade here! Oh, what the? What? When did he get that blink?
Over here now.
Can you get the fucking healing word?
No. Looking for me.
Three for techies! 3 for techies! Surprise, Pudge!
You sure?
Quit arguing.
Or did he use alt for techies?
Excuse
Techies is a huge threat.
Your top tower is under attack.
Behind us, guys.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Spawn my way, thank you.
Okay.
Trying to get you, bro.
I'm dead.
You died. Had you
This is bad. This is so much gold.
Yep.
to port sooner. Triple kill.
4 for Kunkka. Excuse me, Shadow Shaman?
Your
I
middle
have a
tower
TP.
is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
We need to defend. The jug ult there.
Dire structure.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Going, we're going.
I'm gonna port in behind.
Wait, let them split first. They're not completely split yet. They're gonna start TPing in different directions.
Let's go.
Like this Jakiro Storm? Kill this Jakiro.
Storm, go, go, go.
Storm, the Jakiro's over here.
They're very split. They're very split.
Blew you off course, did I?
I'm in place.
Ah, the Aegis.
He probably didn't save it. That's a fresh BKB. I don't think he
Hey.
saved for buyback.
Hey, Shadow Shaman, I know exactly what you need to do with those swords.
Use them on the T3.
Use it on these creeps right here.
Stop flirting with him. Oh. Flirt with me.
Alright. Hey, Storm Spirit. Use your balls on me.
Middle tower has fallen.
Okay.
Woo! What the? What happened to Techies? Techies was jumping.
Get my ass back, and then you can die.
Don't hook Techies.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
I got no mana. I got no help.
Doesn't matter.
We're going.
No! Yeah, no!
For heresies unknown.
Fine at the range, doesn't use it.
See you later, friends. Go, creeps, go. Yes, 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 yes!
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
Yeah. No? Yes?
Yes, yes.
Yes. Runes?
Probably heavy bottom too. They've got at least one guy top.
Alright, time for Techies to be sneaky.
Stupendous!
You sure?
Quit arguing! Ah! Fresh meat!
Oh yeah.
Here goes nothing.
Just be patient, guys. Glory will come real soon. Oh fuck.
Back. Storm.
Drow, go back on him.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Not.
Here goes nothing.
Jesus Christ.
You can't push anything, lanes are push at least.
Fuck, our worst player survived?
Which one?
The Drow Ranger.
Through that.
So this is 600 times 3, right? So that's 1800. Okay.
I got bashed on my first hit, that was insane.
Your top tower is under attack.
Invisibility. Mine in place. Off we go.
Planted!
I think this trap cannot see this bomb right here. That's what I think. Put it to the left just a little bit more, just to be sure.
Yes!
I really hope they don't bring sentries. And now we have 6 times 600. That's 3,600 damage.
Looking for me?
One more for good measure. Ah, we're good.
What was that?
I didn't see anything.
Roche is low.
Should actually do Roche. We have good movement for it right now.
Yep.
That way.
Well, Jakiro doesn't have any sentries, dude.
You are too noisy.
Come on.
Do me, come tank this, bro.
They're coming, they're coming.
Begin.
We should be willing to fight this. We should just.
Huh?
What?
He's just alive.
Science.
Yeah, you high five him.
Whee!
Attack climb back there.
Let's go back to Roche. I don't know how long you can tank it though.
Techies can tank this.
Hold on, bro.
Let me take one.
Oh fuck! Oh shit! That drow? Oh, you're dead, bro.
I'm dead.
Stupendous.
You sure?
The thing is, if I use the red sign, it's too obvious.
You got mines. I can buy back if we want to commit to this.
Yeah, just get ready to snatch it.
Yep.
Yo, kill him! Oh, did I kill myself for nothing? I killed myself for nothing. I didn't even do damage.
But first, you have to earn
I think.
Yeah, here's the tank. I'll take the cheese.
Vote Techies
Just go top.
MVP.
That wave's already in position to be pushed.
Thanks, Nicholas. I thought about Bloodthorn, but I was just scared that they would just buy a Mat style. Hey, Nyan, you can't place it outside. Can't place what outside?
Radiant structures.
Anyways, I
are
can use
fortified.
remote mine sign here, but then yeah, it's just too obvious, you know.
You had your warning.
Your bottom tower is
I'll deal with bottom.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Yo, stay with us.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Not yet. We're going, we're going.
Hmm.
No BKB.
Techies is coming. Techies is not gonna follow through.
We're going, we're going.
Fuck you, Pudge. You shit.
Set. Aw, just look at it.
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Guys, I understand what Minefield Sign does. Honestly, I do. That's a sports drop, man. Don't you know?
I won't have buyback after this.
Anyways, if they start pushing, then I'll
What was that?
I didn't see anything.
One sec.
Yes.
There might be a ward there.
And just so.
Yes.
600 damage. Oh, get ready for the shit. Oh.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
No.
Oh wow.
Damn it.
Looking for me. Fresh mate.
Shadow Shem, what are you doing?
He killed the T3 there.
Good job.
Off we go.
Mine mid Tuggies just in case.
Yes, sir. Runes?
Ooh.
Oh boy.
What?
Almighty might.
I'll take that.
Isn't that nice? Yes, you are. Granted. Aw, just look at it.
Nice.
Let's go.
Just beautiful.
One stuck throw.
And no tree fitty.
Science.
They went right over his head, man.
Come on, guys.
There's a trap in Roche right now.
I have buyback now.
Excuse me. Planted. Hope this works. Woohoo!
Shadow Shaman, go bait to the mines. Sacrifice yourself for the greater good.
Quit arguing.
Yes. Be my juicy little bait, my friend.
Oh,
Huh?
What? Line in place.
Yo, this guy's gonna D-ward.
The enemy's bottom shrine has fallen.
The Drow have one less enemy now.
Plant it. Whee! Off we go! Here goes nothing.
Put the right fuse on that one.
Where's that good little mine?
Uh-oh, that's not a good fight for him. Yo, Drow, mines. Yo, Doom, run to the mines.
To the mines, bro. To
The mines! The mines!
this Let's wait until next round before we fight.
What the fuck is going on in my team?
We're going. Aw, just look at it.
Nice.
Oh shit.
They're all
Oh my fucking god.
there.
You think they know I have mines at the bottom lane? How did you arrive at that conclusion? Very important question.
Here goes nothing. Over here now.
You sure?
Quit arguing. Here I am.
Your top tower is under attack.
Good plan.
Your top tower has fallen.
You think that? Yes, you are. Yes.
Yes, push out those lanes.
This is gonna be fun.
Mine. Almighty money.
I wonder if he knows whose mines
go.
it is.
Huh?
What?
Fantastic.
No, don't go for techies. Oh, Jesus Christ.
A worthy foe.
Guys, I'm not trying to hide my mines. Yeah! You see, if I put minefield there, they won't even fucking go.
They're gonna push here.
Do I need to ban you? Let me know, Razel.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Here I am.
Holy shit.
Over here now.
Okay, you're banned. See you later.
Can someone grab that? Thanks, dude.
That way. Come on.
Scythe of Vice.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
We have a way bottoms. Yeah. So.
Over here. I give boss 1 second. What more stuff?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Who died? Shadow Shaman died?
The enemy's bottom tower
Yeah, was that sheep stick useless too? Fucking toxic bitch.
The enemy's bottom barrel has fallen.
I have this for TA if he doesn't BKB. Was that useless too? Huh? Fucking toxic ass bitch.
Well played.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. The enemy's middle
GG.
tower has fallen.
Vote MVP, Techies. Techies MVP.
Vote me.
Vote Techies. Oh, GG guys. Yeah, and hope you enjoyed your Techies game. Vote Techies. Vote Techies. Come on, yeah, Techies. 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 Oh shit. Alright, I vote you, Jake Peralta. Wait, what? Oh, this is, from the previous game. Win or loss? Well, what does it say right there? Chapters? Hey, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Give me 1 minute, guys. Me too, Sharma. I was waiting a long time for that. Oh yeah. Thanks, Vinny. Yeah, so when they were pushing down mid, I should have put down the remote, the sign then, but I forgot. Ah, yeah. I often forget. Why would Storm take Overload, Pierce's spell immunity over the other talent? That is great. Actually, I don't... Does it still do damage?
I am Storm.
Yeah, I am very curious. Ooh, what a nice Invoker screen.
Stormy weather.
Hero juggling.
Prepare
Fuck.
for battle.
Oh, right. Overload. Right. I was thinking the Remnant. Oh, it's this fucker again.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
That was Jug Enemy, wasn't it? Hi, Chanika.
Seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Pick, motherfuckers! Oh, hot girl! Hot girl and watermelon? 12 years old? Oh shit. Hello, Slice.
Your turn to pick.
Alright, let's have a look at this.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Hey. There we go. Three bedrooms, but 2 guests. What? You see a door? I fucking love doors, Johnny. Is there air conditioning too?
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Wait a minute. They have Tinker and Storm Spear, what? Oh, this guy's a Smurf though.
Some call me she.
Thanks, Lulu.
Walk a warrior's way.
Yeah, I get tangles and what's good?
Must be discovered.
Yeah, thanks. Too many.
No path, but through.
Like the heads of my enemies, this one is in the bay.
The stalwart flame flickers. Harmony must be earned. 'Tis not yet time.
30 seconds to
High five me, high five me! Hey! Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
And now you're hanging there.
Don't leave me hanging. I will fuck your shit up. Hey, we have 3 here.
Chained in searing heat.
We're out of position to take theirs.
Jake, what are you doing, man? Why
They
you...
have 2 here. They have no mid.
I gotta change this guy. I gotta change this guy.
All action is your place is here.
Hey, go shadow. Go shadow.
It must be done. What dangers lie here?
Are you a pussy? Are you a pussy?
Come on.
Are you a pussy? Are you a pussy? Are you a pussy?
Fear not the forest.
Good job.
Mine by right.
Your end has come. The road is endless. Be still, little life. Trial by fire.
I think I'm good now, man.
Be wary. Be cautious. On and on again.
Storm Spirit Smurf.
Come and learn humility.
Denied.
That was a good one, man.
A
Good one.
flash of inspiration. The way is clear. Destiny awaits us all. It must be done. Fear not the forest.
Oh shit.
Flame lights the way. Destiny awaits us all.
Take that tango.
All action is reaction.
Take that crit.
And yet, they persist.
Oh fuck yeah, doggy. Good call.
What must be discovered?
Storm's gonna be angry about this.
Comforting rune of regeneration. Prepare for a
Look at this rune. Yo, Pango, come over here. I can give you some charges. Or nah, stay there.
I could do with more of that.
balance in all things.
This fucker is pulling.
Okay, man.
Fools. Kill that bitch.
Is endless. You face the flame. That shall spin wisely. You have no chance. The way is clear. I shall teach you.
Run.
What the fuck? I missed my chains? What a joke.
All paths. Our place is here.
Come on, wow. Come here. Can someone grab bottom rune?
A warrior's way. No path.
Yeah, grab this before Storm Spirit does, thanks. In fact, just kill this fuck. Nice.
You must train harder. You will be seared. I sizzle with knowledge. Fire shall teach you. ashes. Chained in searing heat.
I know. I have bottle for that.
Your end has come. What is that?
I'm not sure.
On and on again.
Wow. Yo, we should take this stack later.
Harmony must be earned. I am under attack. You will be feared.
Yo, get arcane boost. Nice.
None escape my fire. Carry forth the flame. Behold my searing chains. On and on again.
Merci beaucoup.
Harmony must be earned.
Yo, get that tango.
What must
I have
be
no mana. I have no mana.
The way is clear.
Listen.
All paths find
Oh, buddy.
serenity. Warm double damage empowers me.
I'm coming.
Oh, are you fucking kidding me? I missed that chain? How? How is that even possible, dude? How?
No path.
I don't understand Ember Spirit. Storm might be top. Kiana weaves.
All action is reaction.
Radiant structures are fortified.
This guy's got a bottle?
The road is endless.
Nice.
Missing top, by the way.
Thanks, buddy.
You have no chance.
Hunger, I'll just take farm for now.
Flame lights the way.
I'll get the arcane boots.
Walk a warrior's way.
Storm Spirit is spawning in 3 seconds. He'll probably come mid, but maybe not if you're diving towers.
Come and learn humility. Be wary what plans I have.
I'm coming top of kill. Coming right now.
Oh, look at this guy.
My image lies in the play and
Stealth in.
dangers lie here.
I have no mana. Dude, I have no mana.
That's okay.
Seems the lesson. A test of truth.
Shit.
I need more time. It must be done. I am not Who's that scorching fellow?
Oh my
run.
god.
Fear not the forest.
I have no mana again. Dude, I won't be able to save you.
The stalwart flame flickers.
You're too kind.
I can fight. I got my ult up.
Destiny awaits us all. I am not a journey without end. Balance in all things.
What the fuck is wrong with this punch?
Be ensnared in fire.
Is he baiting me?
I need more time.
Then I'm gonna take the stair.
A trial by fire. Flames clear.
He's not even baiting. He's just fucking there, man.
Cautious.
Don't understand.
'Tis not yet time. None escape my fire.
Eat that tango.
I am not ready. A test of training.
Fuckers. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Rune imprisoned. Freedom fought. Burn forth, my friend.
Get back, get back.
Oh man, he took the kill. Yeah. Well, not intentionally, but
'Tis not yet time.
he got that kill.
I need more time. Your
Yeah, I took the book.
Did you walk?
So far I have
Dire
all.
structures are fortified.
Let's kill them.
Prepare for a lesson. It must be done.
Wait, Tinker.
Hey, you don't have to
offlane?
bottom me. I
What the fuck is that?
Tinker's
I have
gone.
regen.
Stalwart flame flickers. Flame lights the way. Ember strength, now rekindled. Be well, be strengthened. No panic. I need more time.
Oh fuck, man! I missed my chains. Sorry,
Your top tower is under
my
attack.
mistake.
Walk the warrior's way.
Your top tower is under attack.
You face the flame. The road
Fuck,
is
it hurts. I'm getting shrine.
I am not ready.
Rango, do you need it?
Harmony must be earned.
Your top tower is under attack.
What plans I have? The rune of illusion. A journey without end. Fear not the forest. Be ensnared in fire. On and on again.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The way is clear.
Shit.
'Tis not yet time.
The enemy's bottom tower is
Da da da.
All things. What dangers lie here?
Guess he knows that I'm up here.
Find serenity. I am not ready.
CK is pushing hard.
Destiny beyond your way. 'Tis not yet time.
I can kill him.
Time by fire chained in
I can kill him.
is real. Behold my searing chains.
Oh no, Tango.
The lesson.
Dude, this hero is so fun, man.
Your
Oh, someone used mana boost just now without me. Oh, regen. Okay, I'm good.
Freedom foretold. From pyre, you will be seared.
Wow.
A trial by fire lost within the maelstrom. I need more time.
The enemy's top tower
It
has
must
fallen.
ember strength.
I'm going for this Sven.
All action is reaction. Captured in the flame.
We can go for Pudge too.
The forest. Burn forth, my friend.
15-minute runes are up.
Dangers lie here.
I'm gonna go for these guys.
Going.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Be wary. Hurry to the fray.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Hey, kill this guy, kill him. Hey, what are you doing? What are you doing?
All things.
I used too many remnants, I guess.
Your bottom tower
I have
is under
ultimate.
attack.
I'll steal your kills, guys.
Okay, that sounds good.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
I have my ult up, so I'm gonna push this tower.
Here we go.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
He's over here.
No, get. Easy. Shit.
Damn, this here's so fun now.
Lights the way.
Oh,
That
hook me
was
up.
fast death.
Dire
I
structures
need more
are
time.
fortified.
Damn, I wanted that sin, but that was fucking sweet.
I shall.
Guy's squishy as fuck.
We can't see the war. We don't have vision of the.
Be earned.
I'm looking for a rune.
'Tis not yet time. Warm to the touch. Come and be burned. What must be discovered?
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
The stalwart flame.
Oh no.
Burn away your ignorance.
Oh, we should probably deny that.
Walk a warrior's way.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'll go Radiance this game, but the problem if when I go Radiance is I just throw the game and I die too easily. I can still do it though.
Bottom tower has been denied.
My image steps forward.
I'll get my ultimate soon to steal kills. For free.
Not yours.
Dead. Dead.
I'm coming.
Destiny awaits us. Ash upon the wheel.
Maybe we'll go Radiance anyways. I'm so farmed.
You have no chance.
The enemy's bottom tower has
Tis
fallen.
not yet.
Wow!
Who's that scorching fellow? Tis not yet time. Walk a warrior's way.
Oof.
Flame lights the way.
Almost fucking killed me.
Harmony must be earned. Balance. Come and learn humility. I wonder. I am not ready. Be well, be swift, be ensnared in fire.
Man, this hero is like it's just
The enemy's middle
so satisfying, you know?
has fallen.
So high skill cap.
Your top tower is under attack.
Fear not the forest.
Your top tower is under attack.
Like, I don't know, man. This hero's just.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has
hurts.
fallen.
None escape my fire. Hurry to the fray. They persist. Destiny awaits us all.
Alright, hit the tower.
I'll be mid again in a sec.
The way is clear.
Guys, careful. Actually, we should get back.
I agree.
Let's heal up
Okay.
and
What dangers lie here? All paths find.
I mean, I want to teleport back.
20 minutes runes.
You know what? Just let them waste their time.
Action is reaction.
Okay. We seriously need a defensive item after this radiance though, because this is so greedy.
Be cautious.
Can I grab that rune?
Okay.
Thank you.
3 bottles on this team, huh?
Be done. The road is endless. My image steps forth. Captured in the flame. What must be discovered?
Fuck, I didn't steal kill.
'Tis not yet time. The stalwart flame chained in searing heat.
Man.
Thanks, man.
My searing chains.
Come around from behind.
Okay.
Nope. Unneeded.
Humility.
Yo, man, I almost have enough for this
Dire
radiance.
structures are fortified.
I want this creep wave, okay?
Your end has come.
Oh man, what did I just say? Jesus.
Tower has fallen.
Burn with the radiance.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
On and on again. A journey.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
I am not ready. On and on again. Destiny awaits us all.
Oh no.
Absolutely not.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
All paths find.
The enemy's top barracks.
I really want Pudge to hook me.
A trial.
Hook me, Pudge, you slut.
Oh, he did it.
Yes.
Jesus.
Jebaited.
I can't fucking kill still. What the fuck? I was trying to ult so many times.
Noob.
That was fucking awesome.
What dangers ignite
Oh, I got my arm went off. Sorry, buddy.
the 'Tis not yet time. Carry forth the flame.
That's so fast.
Harmony is under attack. Your place is here.
You want to get back and then go bottom,
It doesn't matter what you do.
or you want
Yeah,
to
I'm
finish?
down. It doesn't really matter. I got a heart.
All right.
All action.
My ult's back up. I'm gonna just run back in. Get more stun kills. Come on, you guys are killing them too quick.
Zeus are coming.
Oh, sorry, man.
I shall teach
Stop killing people.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Running up in their base sounds fun. Who's about that
Yeah,
way?
yeah.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
flame. The flame protects me. Burn forth.
Fence, fence, fence. Oh, I died! Oh, how did I die? What the fuck? Oh, 0 death. GG.
No! Not a stun kill.
Man, I died this game.
Radiant victory.
Good game, guys.
Well played, guys.
Time for a bonfire.
Vote Ember Spirit MVP. Yeah, yeah. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Even though I died this game. Yeah, I'm getting getting pretty good at this hero. Vote for Trump. Alright, let's do another game. Oh, okay, we have to update Dota. Good listening comprehension, Juno. You're way ahead of the crowd on that one. I've gotten like MVP almost every single game, huh? Let's see here. So today I played Ember, Clinkz, Techie's Ember, and I'm pretty sure I'm MVP again just now. It'll show up in a second. So basically, I was MVP every single game. Oh. God, my penis is so big. All right, Juno, we're gonna give this guy the same test and see what happens. Most people don't even say anything. And some people, actually way too many, some people, when you tell them that, you know what they say? They say the exact same thing again. Where's Jake Peralta? Oh, he's not in this game anymore.
Turn to ban.
Yeah, like it'll be like, Sniper! Sure, I could play your hero for $5 US.
5 seconds remaining.
Sniper! Very, very common.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
Come on, Teal, let's roll. Roll 60. I don't play Invoker this game. Roll lower than 60. Lower than 60. Lower than
10 seconds remaining.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again.
Damn, he rolled 82, man.
Your turn to pick.
Yeah, I'm a bad roller, Lulu. Damn it!
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
Oh my god, we give Blue the last pick? He's gonna be like position 5? Alright, I have spend items. Oh, thanks, Lulu. Got a back and a shoulder.
Your turn to pick.
What's this guy question marking about? Oh, I think he's one of those people who I play core only. Good, you support. So offlane Leshrac? Leshrac Bane? It's okay, Lulu. 2 items is better than 0 items. Remember when Sven used to be called Arnold Schwarzenegger? I do not remember that now. Thanks, Lulu.
Prepare for battle.
By the shattered helm.
Okay, Andrej. Okay, man.
I fight. Feel my blade.
We can get first split. I think I need a Linken's this game. Linken's BKB Blink. Linken's BKB Blink. Whatever, boots. Then I have 2 more items.
Are in agreement. This one is
BKB boots Blink.
bag.
Satanic Sanjin Yesha.
A good choice.
I'll stun first.
The battle begins.
The time has come.
Where's our fucking Dazzle? What the fuck?
Why not? Good enough.
Alright, man.
Fall. Yes. I can do no less. I'll take my field. I can marry you. To battle. On the way. I claim the right. On guard. Bow down. It's only proper. That's right. I'll do it.
No, I'm missing too much farm for this.
Okay. Run if you can. Of course. Keep it here. Good. Yeah. Never yet.
Oh, Jesus.
Never cross me. Yes. Ah. Right. Die now.
Wait, it's 3-lane bot?
Attack.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So you say. At last.
Nix, I'm gonna be okay here.
Good idea.
I mean, we won't be able to stop. Okay, stay top, stay top, stay top. Just get your experience or whatever.
Yes. On the way.
I mean, you came here when I'm level 3. We cannot do much.
Man, this Bane can sleep me. He doesn't do it.
My code confirmed.
Quite concerned.
At last, denied. Feel my blade.
Yeah, Bane, see, he was gonna combo me there.
I can do no less. That's right.
I'm coming, I have shield for you guys. Nice job.
Good idea.
No, level comparisons aren't really that useful.
I claim the right. Yes. I fight. Stop. Don't drop it. Never cross
Nice.
me.
Leshrac top.
Over. Yes, more. Die now. Dazzle. By the outcast blade. Fall. A good choice.
So what do you think about that place, Johnny? Is it better than your girlfriend's place?
You can.
Why is he fighting me?
Never yet. I deny you. By the shattered helm. Die. Attack. Bow down. Never cross me.
Alright, Leshrac just wasted his time and everything.
Aye. Run if you can. Feel my blade. Right. Attack.
I knew he was gonna try to do that.
Yes.
Okay, Johnny. I see.
Good enough. Okay.
Okay, I will try and bottom.
Very well. At last. I'll do it.
What item do I buy here? Dazzle.
To battle. Good idea.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
By the outcast blade.
Illusion.
I fight. Die now. Yes, more. Good enough. My code compels me.
Drow is missing.
Very well. You die nobly.
God damn it.
Yes. I claim the right.
Can someone type Divine Rapier for me in chat? Thanks.
By the shattered helm. By the outcast blade.
Okay, is Pudge here or something? Oh, there he is. Well, it seems to me, Johnny, all these prices are very similar. Come on, man. Stack. Learn to stack, dude.
I can do no less. Forward. It's more. I grow by degree, I fight. Yes. Why not? Never cross me. Onward. Never yet.
10-minute runes are almost up.
Good.
Man, that takes so long.
I think I'll probably just stack one of these.
A good choice. That's right. I claim the right. Hand it over.
Wait, I need courier.
It's only proper. To battle. Ah! Run if you can.
Alright. Oof. Yeah, that's fine.
By the shattered helm.
We can kill them.
Right.
Nix, if you stun.
Agreed.
Is he feeding? He's feeding. Okay, this game's over. Is Tinker feeding? Harp Warden?
Your top tower is under attack.
On the way. Yes. So you say.
Your top tower is under attack.
Good enough.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has
All the guys in one room, all the girls in the other room. Giggity.
So you say. Aye.
God damn it. That work? Oh, my guy's fucking stuck, isn't he? That work? I did in fact stack that.
Onward.
Can I shrine here if anyone wants a shrine?
Okay. My code compels me. Right. Keep it here. Very well. Aye.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'll do it. Of course. Feel my blade. Yes. Bow down. Yes.
Don't root me, please.
Right. Yes.
Shrining bottom.
Agreed.
Wait, I need career again. Thanks.
Better yet. Run if you can. Shadow wave. At last. Fall. Double
Your
damage.
middle tower is under attack.
Yes. Why not?
Coming
Your
towards
bottom
Drow.
tower is under attack.
Never cross me.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower.
Go, 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 go.
Battle.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Rejoice. It's only time. I'll take my good idea. Why not?
Dire's structures are fortified.
I'll do it. Okay. Balance the scale. Yeah. Good enough.
Fuck.
Yes, more. Die.
Take it.
By the shattered helm.
Water.
Use it.
Nice. Thanks, Dazzle.
On the way.
Wait a minute, this Drow has Eagle Song.
Yes.
Jesus.
My strength increases. A good choice. Feel my blade.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Okay,
Right.
well, I'm still more farming than she is, I'm pretty sure.
Nah, she still has that shit.
Of course.
They might have a ward here, so.
We can actually rush, guys. No? Mo out me?
To battle.
Wait, a career.
Good.
1 second.
Very well.
Oh, Jesus.
Aye. One back. Yes. I can do no less. Die now. Attack.
Oh, hello, Nick. Long time no see.
Really?
Where have you been?
That's right.
Studying? Vancouver?
Fall.
You want to Roshan?
Yeah, I'm coming. Get back. let's rush, and then we'll take the drone.
Your shrine has fallen to the Radiant.
My code compels me. Better yet. I fight.
Do-do-do.
Can we take top, please? Come. I'm the one with Aegis.
A good choice. Aye.
Yo, courier is coming. Guys.
I can do no less.
Ah, fuck.
Hey,
they
me
got
and Arc Ward are not with you.
Yeah.
My code compels me.
Get back.
The battle.
I'm really low.
Dazzle's dead. Leave it out, Dazzle.
It's warded there.
Breeze.
Yeah, you guys should play around me.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I thought like it's not warded because just dewarded this.
At last. Keep it here. Good idea. Offhand compliment to my blade. By the outcast blade. This fall.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Attack.
Guys, the cow is coming from here.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Of course.
Yo, I'm going on this drow. I'm running on this drow right now.
Blade.
Alright, go.
Under attack.
Fuck.
Where's Pudge?
Nice. He's in the base.
Yo, let me get this rampage.
Kill him. Kill him.
Nah. Got it.
Nice job.
Good enough.
Thanks.
Right. Good.
The enemy's middle tower
I'm coming.
has fallen.
And I don't want to dive too deep for this.
No worries.
I have Aegis.
Fuck. Oh, you have Aegis.
Where am I?
Ah, I died.
Easy. Oh man, I don't want to die. Hold on. Yo, can you? Oh shit, man. Fuck, we're throwing. Oh, meme hammer time. Dude, that drow's gonna survive. 70 HP. Yeah, I need BKB.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Period, for your generous $20 US donation.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Actually, there's a good reason for 101.
Fuck this patch.
The 100 implies that it's the first year course of a university, and the one at the very end implies that it's the first of the first year.
Balance escapades.
I'm gonna need a Monkey King bar for this Tinker and this round. Yo, I'm on. Oh, they see you, dude. They put a sentry down.
Fuck! Alright. Jump on her.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
I don't know why I didn't
Your
pay
top
attention
tower
on the
is
pain.
under attack.
Feel my dagger. The reward of discipline.
You guys want me to go AC against Drow Ranger? That's real smart.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Drow Ranger and Tinker, neither of who really care about AC.
Report them.
Very well. I do it. Rogue Knight claims another. Yes, more. Die now. As a shot of hell.
What the fuck, man?
Get back, get back.
Now your nightmare lasts forever.
Runes are up.
Soldier's fortune.
He's jungling, man. These fucking runes. Jungling with 4 wards.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower has fallen.
If I sell this wand and this healing salve, I can buy this quarter.
Don't go alone. Don't go alone.
Nah, better not.
Good enough. A good choice.
Trials level 20, man. Jesus.
Let's go.
That's right. Of course.
Yeah, you're dead too. What about second rampage?
My code compels me.
Kara. I don't have god strength, Kara.
Aye.
My second rampage. Fuck.
Right. Yes.
We can do rush again. I think it's up.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Why not?
The enemy's top shrine has fallen.
Get Regent. Use Regent.
Agreed.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
It's only proper. I grow by degrees.
Let's wait for rush.
By the outcast.
6 shrines. All of them.
Can I get my fucking items? Oh my god, what is this stupid fucking bug? Seriously, I have to do this?
On guard.
I am not even close to you guys.
Ah, shit.
Aye. Never yet.
Okay, I got Monkey King work.
Invisibility. Never cross me.
Just BKB.
So what?
So you say
Roshan's the Plagueis.
I can do no less.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Right.
So I either go Lincoln's or Satanic next.
Yes. Why not?
Lincoln's or
code compels me.
Satanic? Probably Lincoln's.
Let's go.
Aye.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Lincoln's is the item. This Pudge Dismember and this Fiend Script is too powerful.
Hand it over.
Oops.
Good.
Your song has fallen to the radiant.
Use Midas real quick.
On the way.
Hey, grab the runes. Fight here.
They have sentries everywhere.
Fight here. Fight at the
To go
rune.
somewhere.
Go here.
To battle. Forward. I'll take that.
Double damage.
Agreed.
A soldier's fortune. The scale.
Bow down.
I'm coming over. Running over.
Very well. That claims the life.
I'm almost there. Almost there.
On guard.
Where the fuck am I?
Die now. Run if you can.
Ah, you wanna die? Oh.
Good choice. Let's get this. Feel my blade. Small and broke-eyed, unavenged. Not here. Good enough. Never yet. Ah, that's right. That's right. It's fall.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen. The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
I just have to helm.
I don't have God's Ring just yet.
Bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Hey, we can go top. I have God's Strength.
The enemy's bottom barracks
only
has
proper.
fallen.
On guard.
Dire structures are fortified.
Attack.
The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Monster kill.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Radiant victory.
Oh, me MVP? Oh, you shouldn't have. Yay. Oh, I'm too good at Sven. 12:30. Hey Johnny, what Paragon level are you? Oh dude, oh man, that drow is super farmed. You need more farm than I am. Hell of a slaughter versus drow. What happened? She got 600 gold from here to here. Damn, son. Here I thought I was more farmed than the drow. Well, I am more farmed than the drow. Planning a 348-day vacation? Why only 348? Why not go the whole tree fairy? I kind of want to just play some Diablo 3. Oh, MVP every single fucking game today. How many games did we play? 1, 2, 3. Basically every single game I played, I was MVP. All 5 games. Woo! Hi, Hanif. Why do I play? Okay. Hanif, here you go. Read this message. You gonna grab some lunch? I want some lunch. Oh. When are you gonna be back, Johnny? Johnny's gonna be AFK, that's completely unacceptable. Oh yeah, MVP. Where's my MVP for Ember Spirit and Sven? Oh, the status feed doesn't update. Okay, maybe this is my last game. Kind of want to take it easy today. Grind some monsters in Diablo 3, guys. Holy fuck.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining.
Well, you arrived earlier, Hanif. Jesus Christ. And try reading the stream title more often. You always ask questions that are just right in the stream title. Class do you play? I am playing Monk, and I am Paragon almost 600 or something like that. Feeling an Invoker game, guys. I haven't played Invoker today yet.
10 seconds remaining.
My Invoker's still pretty bad.
5 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
not Sea Flame Mirana, is it? Yeah, that's what we're trying to do, Nanda. You think Ember's good for my Immortal account? I'm not so sure about that, Daryl. I'm just making these 3Ks and 4Ks look bad, but at 5K, 6K, oh man. People, I don't know, man, they just play so fucking good. Very, very, very few mistakes. You make one small mistake, they're gonna be on you. So when Mars uses his arena, I guess I use EMP.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
What's gonna change my mind to play at that level? I would need hundreds of games on certain heroes to find that. Like as an example, right? I have like 300 games to Lion, so no problem playing Lion. Juggernaut 300 games, Ursa 300 games, Spectre 300 games. Whereas the Ember Spirit, 100 games so far. Like playing at that level, like those people, those players, they have played every single hero that they play in those ranked games like hundreds of times, you know. So yeah, those guys are damn good. Yeah, like you see me play like 100 Ember games, right? You think like, oh, you're good enough. Well, maybe I can compete, but like not. I wouldn't have 50% win rate or higher. I don't think. Where do you see Horror's stat for every hero? What? Hours stat for every hero? I still don't understand what that means. Hello, game time. Don't advertise here, okay, bud? Thanks. $25 games in Mirana, okay.
A rich tradition.
Prepare for battle.
As needs be.
Glad you like the set. MR Deep is from Lulu-chan.
'Tis tedious. So it is said. Such tedium. Yes.
Is Invoker going to be TA during the laning phase? I highly doubt it. No, Invoker is generally a lane loser. What's Slark doing, dude? Slark's AFK.
Not yet.
That's really bad.
Well away. Of course.
Hey, MH, I didn't say 100 hours. I said 100 Ember games. Listening. Oh, I screwed up my block.
The battle begins.
So begins a new age of knowledge. Avowedly.
If you think this game sucks, don't be here. What the fuck?
Forthwith.
Do you like shove McDonald's burger in your mouth and say like, this burger sucks?
Unto battle.
Then don't put it in your mouth. What the fuck?
I'll keep it in mind. Nigh unto death. I am committed.
Okay.
Ours.
Thither I go. The bliss
Wow, I
of
missed.
comprehension. Forms light my path. Of the good forge, spirit. Concentration. An incantation, one of my favorites. How fragile you are. This bores me. Athwart my path. I proceed. The learned one strikes. Over
For
yon.
the temple.
Halloween's most cunning fabrications. I'm well aware of it.
Patient guy. Where's my fucking items? Oh god, Slark. This is what happens when you buy fucking Quelling Blade first.
Away hence. Double damage. An ally from naught. Fine. Thither I go. Hearken unto me. I am committed. Grief elementals. Words of a charming hence. Away hence.
God damn, TA, dude. So annoying.
With speed. I'm well aware of it. I'll keep it in mind. Over yon. Thus and so, enlightenment stands ready. Unto battle! Well away, true arcanery thrive. Forthwith. Of course. What forge spirit?
You what the fuck, guys? Did he smoke here? Did he walk by here under my vision? 'Cause I didn't notice. Maybe I just wasn't paying attention late. Yeah, I think he just walked right by me.
Yes. Exhort, quaff, exhort. I proceed. it is said. Denied. An honor to fight me. Ravagers of armor and will. Fine. Orbs light my path. Avowedly. It's not time yet. As needs augury spherical sorcery. Mindfully. Who threatens my concentration?
Shaman just wrapped around. Was it within vision?
This bores me. Unto battle. Hither I go. Infelicitous. Of course.
Denied.
I'm well aware of it. With speed.
Defensive rune ward? No, he went from this direction. So he actually smoked. Can't do anything when he smokes.
Exhort, quas exhort. I'll keep it in mind. This bores me. You dare fight me? Such abnegation over yon? Invisibility. As needs be.
Let's see here.
Orb, one of my favorites. I am committed. Mindfully.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Witness true sorcery.
What?
Thus and so. I proceed. So it is said.
You fucking little bitch, TA. That's right. Come on, man. What? You see, you have arena. I'll use it.
Well away. Elementals. Away. The profundities are mine to ransack. Yes. Such draw from deep within. Forthwith. Mine is truly a blessed life. I must have them all.
Oh shit, there's haste here.
Thither I go. Over yon.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Tis tedious.
What the oh my god, didn't I hit that with just triple cross and still die? Oh man, that's not a great combo.
Behold. I'm well aware of it. Zeal of Wexhart. Yes.
Holy shit.
Traxorar. Of course. The victim. Dominating. Double kills. Insipid.
Your top tower is under attack.
Remember. 5 Arcana.
Radiant structures are fortified.
What the oh,
Your top tower is
oh
under
it's for this.
Fully.
Jesus Christ.
I'll not be interrupted.
Do I need to ban you?
Tower is under attack.
Hey Tushar, let me know if I need to ban you, okay?
Concentration.
And by the way, Invoker's not supposed to win the lane. Smart guy.
Mystery.
Your top tower is under attack.
Where is it?
Thus and so.
Your top tower has fallen.
Wex exalt. Forthwith.
Hey Tushar, you're ugly. Just saying. Just saying, man.
Exalt, Wex exalt. Well away.
Oh fuck, he just used Shrine.
I'll keep it in mind. Unto battle. Such one of my favorites. I'm not ready from the great mystery. I am committed. Spherical sorcery. I'm under attack. So it is said.
Hey Ansh, here, I'll give you the logic, okay buddy? So he's allowed to be an asshole, but I'm not allowed to be an asshole? Do you expect Spectre to win lane against Viper? Let's make these comparisons a little bit easier to understand. Do you? Alright? Is that hard to understand?
An incantation long remembered.
Oh my god.
I am committed.
Now don't tell me to calm down.
Thus and so. Dexter's mandate of impetuous strife. Fight me.
Oh, where is ward here?
I proceed.
Shadow.
Wex Quas. Attack. I'll not be interrupted. an honor to fight.
Hey Anch, do you see how he has a name that is in blue and is able to control the stream? So do you want yourself banned from the stream? Go ahead, man.
Dire's structures are fortified.
You think you have power here, dude? Have you contributed anything to the stream ever? Wrench means they can kick your ass out of the stream. Smart guy. Oh fuck, man. Some kids, you know.
They crossed me. Fight me.
So smart.
You will remember. Not yet. My mind is my property. Away hence. Concentration. Draw Khalid's most cunning fabrications. Experience true swiftness.
You can unban him and see what he says.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Keep it in mind. Formidable engagement. Attack. I'm well aware of it.
Like 3 of them.
Tis tedious. Plucked from the arcanery. Unto battle. Finn doesn't even describe it. Seal your fate. Witness true sorcery. True arcanery thrives. Such
Yeah, we can enjoy the stream, but just make sure you follow the rules. Very simple.
so it is said.
Anch, you haven't done anything to deserve respect. Do you think that you automatically get respect without doing nothing?
The learned one strikes.
Here's what you did. Here's what you did, Anch. Okay, I'll explain it to you. Okay, man. This Tushar guy, he starts acting like an asshole. Okay, he's like mid fail. Like, is that even necessary to say? That's not necessary to say. You'd agree, right? It's kind of a mean thing to say, right? And you're like, seriously? You know, you call him ugly? You're allowed to say that? Dude, that's not the point, man. You're trying to take away my right to say some stupid shit and be a dick back to him. So no, you haven't done anything to deserve respect. Justifying his toxicity, man. Ugly is subjective, would you agree? Everyone has different definitions of what is beautiful and what is not. Would you also agree we can actually see his picture? Jesus Christ. I need to buy TP.
Yeah, Mercury abounds. Forthwith. As I will. As needs be. I'm well aware of it. Such tedium. Concentration. And his name is John C.
Sorry, man. I don't have anything for you.
Athwart my path. so. Hearken unto me. Experience true swiftness. Away hence.
Trying to chill, but you know, like, they're not done. They didn't build Medes, so now they're just pushing pretty hard.
With speed. Unto battle.
What is my next item, Chris?
I'll keep it in mind. Arcana, known only to me. Karak's descent of fire.
Okay.
This bores me.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Mindfully. Wax exalt from deep within. So it is said.
Templars coming, here. Does TA have dust yet?
Hither I go. Hearken unto me. Orbs light my path. Avowedly. Alacrity.
Oh my god.
Sleep from sight.
Oh shit.
Fine.
You died on the temple steps, had you but eyes to see it.
You know, Anch, you're the one who you literally jumped into the conversation and started making assumptions, right?
Your top tower
No one
is
said
under
that
attack.
because he criticized me, therefore he's ugly. Did anyone say that?
Your
All I
top
said
tower
was,
is under attack.
you're ugly, just saying. That's all I said with him. I didn't even connect those two sentences. You did that by yourself, man. You see that you did that? So yeah, you actually just jumped into this conversation, started making assumptions. I'm playing this game fine. I was dead, right? I can say all I want, I'm dead.
Well, can you start buying some freaking wards so I can get my ag and be actually useful?
You lose face and life. I proceed.
Anyways, Anch, if you're gonna make comments, make sure they're intellectual, you know? You're gonna defend other people's rights to criticize, right? Well, guess what? You might get criticized yourself. Don't be so surprised. Where's my plate mail? I can't find plate mail.
Of course.
Your middle tower
Oh
is
my
under
god, they're so
attack.
quick to this.
Forthwith. I'm well aware of it.
Oh, we're too late for that.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Seal of Wexort. Well away. Spherical sorcery. Forge spirit.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You dare
Thanks, Lulu.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
thrives. Experience true swiftness.
Hey, the Void's gone. Void left them. I'm TPing back. Can we fight? Slark, can you come back and we can fight?
Another one of my favorites.
Are they in here?
Augury abounds.
Shadows take us.
As needs be.
Oh, why didn't triple Wex?
I'll keep it in mind.
That's a really good fight. Good job.
With speed. Fine.
I really hope this is not worded.
Over yon.
Okay. He is not coming towards me. Okay. Shiva.
Welcome to the secret shop. Concentration. Lamentable. My mind is my arcanery. So moot it be. From deep within.
Care. Can you back? Or do you just back off, man? Shadow Shaman's coming to you. No fucking detection, eh? I don't have mana. Fuck, dude. No mana.
Thus and so.
Oh my god, we saved his ass so good.
Forthwith.
Donation, try.
Orbs light my path.
Oh, Jesus.
An honor to
Your bottom tower is under attack.
behold.
Stop backseat gaming, okay, man? Just stop backseat gaming. Thanks. Runes.
Spherical sorcery. Away, arcane, I slip from sight. I'm open all night.
You know, Anshir, you're actually a dumb cunt. You disagree, but you're actually a dumb cunt. Yep, being a rude asshole will get you banned. Surprised Pikachu. Yeah, see, a lot of us fucking saw that he was gonna get banned, right? And Ash, you're gonna tell yourself, oh, these guys are all wrong. I'm right. They're all stupid. No, man, that's you. Man, toxic people indeed. Yules, I think. Yules or Lotus Orb, actually. Lotus Orb might be good. Yeah, let's go Lotus Orb. I'm gonna have so much armor. I'm gonna tanky invoker. Anyways, Tushar, yeah, you started all this, right? So when you make mistakes and people point it out, does it feel good? And I want you to answer that specific question, okay? I don't want to be like, oh, well, I'll just take it and I'll learn from that. No, no, no. How does it feel, man? How does it feel when people point that out? Why am I rude to my viewers? Hey, Tushar, let me ask you a question, man. Actually, Gaben, am I rude to you? Johnny, am I rude to you? Lulu, am I rude to you? Yo, Yuki, have I ever been rude to you? Vineet, have I ever been rude to you? Go ahead. Some of you guys can go ahead and answer that question, right? Have I ever been rude to you? Now, Tushar, you have been rude to me. Is this a surprise that I was rude to you? Like, I don't know why we're so fucking surprised Pikachu here.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
Not yet. Thither I ghost walk. Well away. Yes. Such tedium. Plucked from the arcanery. It's a spell I will remember.
Hey, Varun, can you stop backseat gaming?
I'm well aware of it.
Keep doing that, man.
Avowedly. Of course. Off into the late gate.
What the fuck is this Shadow Shaman doing?
This ill-fated spell.
Shadows take us.
Arcane, I sleep from sight.
Just asking to die. Hey, I might. Never mind. I haven't decided what boots I'm gonna get yet. It's probably gonna be boots travel.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Fine. Mandate of impetuous struck. Unto battle. With speed.
Oh my god.
Over yon.
Does Stark not have Shadow Blade yet? Oh my god, what the fuck? Exciting build.
Orbs
light my path. Wexort, Exort, Trisolar. Nigh unto death, a charming hex. Claws of Konaros. I know seeking. God's first mandate of impetuous strife. As needs be.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So it is said.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Yeah, TA's there the whole time. Not even joining this fight.
An honor to fight me. Nigh unto death, augury oswex quas. 'Tis tedious. Mindfully.
Oh shit. Oh, I'm bad.
Your death was a secret I could no longer hide.
Oh shit, dude. You might die from this. Oh shit. Slark, buy back, Slark. Oh my god, dude. Slark.
The secret is out. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Slark doesn't. Slark has a buyback.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. Have you Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks
I don't
has
know.
fallen.
Guys, my team. Serious problems.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Spherical sorcery. Great mystery.
Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen.
This Slark don't buy back, dude. He has buyback the whole time. He doesn't use it.
Hearken unto me.
I don't understand.
British tradition. Wax, wax, wax. Concentration.
Your top shrine is under attack.
Perturbations. Forge spirit.
Your top shrine is under attack. Top shrine has fallen.
Oh, we're all dead. Well, now you buy back, dude? Fear back.
For heresies unknown,
Like, he had buyback before we lost 2 racks.
your top tower has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen. Your top barracks has fallen. The enemy now has megaways. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. Radiant victory.
Was there any interesting in-game comments? Ugh. Alright, man. Do I need to ban you? Too sure. I don't know why you like to piss people off, dude. Yeah, like, seriously, man. I'm about to ban you. Let me know why I shouldn't. Oh man. Yeah, the Slark was interesting. He didn't buy a single defensive item. Like no BKB, no Shadowblade. I don't give a fuck that you love watching my stream. You're acting like a toxic piece of shit. Let me know why I shouldn't be banning you, man. Seriously, man, you have to have a good fucking reason. Oh, what about game? Well, you know, Varun, some people are just really annoying, right? And we deal with them accordingly. Oh, we have 2019 music pack. It doesn't matter what my ping is in C server. Hi, Newa. My day's going alright. How's yours? Right, JT? Jesus. Alright, bud. You say one toxic comment, you're banned. One toxic comment, okay? Just... and you're banned. Fucking low social skills. I swear to God. God, people like you, man. Like, why do you even just spew out all that toxic shit anyways? Do you think that you're funny or you're charming or something like that? Is that how you make friends? Pathetic, honestly. Anyways, this is your last chance, man.
Your turn to ban. Five seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
No one has put down any icons on the map yet.
Ten seconds.
Good job for what, Hanif? No one wants to play. Okay, there we go. Orange put his icon mid. And I don't know what this Roshan is.
Your turn to pick.
Hi, Juan.
10 seconds remaining.
Yo, man, I'm gonna play some Bounty Hunter.
Your turn to pick.
Three or four, okay. One Ranger, what position would you like to play? So us three, like we're all like fighting for 3 or 4. Don't care. Okay, none of us give a shit. Okay.
Your turn to pick. Your turn to pick.
How many careers am I gonna kill this game, Varun? I don't know how you want me to answer that question, dude. Exactly 6.7 careers. I don't have crystal ball, guys. Who's a safe lane carry? Hey, Repro, you have to look at it as a question, okay? He says, how many curs are you going to kill, right? That's
Bounty hunter.
like, it's not how many curs do you think you're gonna kill. It's how many are you going to kill. You know, it's like that's like asking me to predict the future. You know what I mean?
Bag. Found you.
400 games of Sand King.
You won't get far.
What do I think about Quaswex Invoker?
I have no
Oh, here you go.
Ricky, so careful. I can't tank a whole lot.
Thanks, Jonathan.
You're through.
Don't worry, lads. This one's in the bag.
Man, I'm so happy I have this situational button.
Dead or alive.
Ooh.
Oh shit, Arc Warden.
30 seconds to battle.
As long as I get paid.
Tree in his butt.
I'll find them.
I'm not gonna deal with that shit.
This way.
This one is
The battle.
I'm not gonna deal with that shit either.
Alright, no rune stop.
No job is too big.
You got 2
Look,
bucks.
I'll do it.
Is too
Alright, you a pussy?
Look for the
You a pussy?
cocaine.
You a pussy?
Yes. I'll enjoy this.
Not worth, by the way. Definitely not worth.
Attack.
Yeah, I wasn't worth.
At least you gave it to Jakiro.
footprints. I'll find them.
Johnny, you excited about this game? I know you like Bounty Hunter.
Cut him up. Bargain hunting.
I'm pretty sure I'm useless bottom lane.
My blades grow thirsty.
Oh man, don't talk so badly about yourself.
I'm under attack. My blades will do the talking.
Are you 3? Or am I 3?
Yeah. I said it in game chat. Remember, I was like, okay, I 3, you 4, okay. Wait, no. I said the opposite. No, I said 4. I'm 4. You're 3. Oh, what? My build's all wrong. Okay, you 3.
5 enemies, 5 bounties.
I can do whatever, dude. I don't care.
Yeah, me too, man. Okay,
Yeah,
you 3.
I'm
Okay,
one
man. I'm Bounty Hunter. You know, I can always catch up. Hard for you to catch up.
Stalking.
I definitely said that I was gonna be 4.
Gonna pull.
I'll find them.
Oh, Jakiro!
Pleasure.
Your money is mine.
This way. Yes. My blades will do the talking. My blades grow thirsty. I follow the trail.
Where's the sentry?
Footprints.
Oh, Jakiro! You want to keep your money? You like money? I'm the bounty hunter.
Gonna come middle with Invis soon. Waiting for mana regen.
Stalking.
Dire structures are fortified.
Is that a broken twig I spy? Invisibility. I'll find them. On the move.
Alright, I got boots now. Even more annoying. For sure.
5 enemies, 5 bounties. Repositioning. I follow the trail. I'll find them.
God, I'm so fucking annoying.
Over there. Is that a broken twig I spy?
2 masts on this brigantine.
Fuck, dude.
On the move. I'll find them.
Runes? Runes?
Repositioning.
Game bomb.
My blades will do the talking.
No! I die for nothing.
Every coin helps.
No! It's going to come out
Oh
of my
God,
bay,
indeed.
isn't it?
No! God, please, no! No! No!
5 enemies, 5 bounties. Yes. On the hunt.
Oh, our Dark Warden. What the fuck, man? Yo, Lagger. Thanks, buddy.
You want a shrine, Ricky?
My blades grow thirsty.
Right.
Is that a broken twig I spy? Five enemies, 5 bounties.
He's out of mana, so.
Are you just laning top with bounty?
On the move. Closing in.
No, I don't want to die, mommy.
I follow the drip.
Yeah, Legion bottom.
Yeah, but I think.
What a great answer, Johnny.
Is back on the trail. Stalking.
Oh, Arc Warden ended up dying, huh? Well, that's good then. My death was worth.
Illusion.
Oh, Jakiro.
I've got ult.
How do you?
This way. I'll find them.
Yo, can I get a TP bot? Look at this, look at this. Let's deorder real quick. They're not out of position. Let's go.
Oh my god. Sorry, we're busy feeding top.
My stealth fails me. They'll pay for that.
Also didn't have TP scroll.
Repositioning.
Kunkka's wrecking LC though, so that's good.
My blades grow thirsty. A lead.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Over there.
Oh, the fuck catapult's gonna die. Oh man.
Stalking.
Invisibility.
My blades will do the talking. Yes.
Oh, he's serious about this. He's got his double out.
What the fuck?
Is that a
Yeah,
broken
he's got his
twig I
replicate.
spy?
His replicate's dead, so now we can probably run at him.
On the move.
Never mind, Jakiro's there.
I'm under attack.
No.
I want to kill.
I want to kill too. Need some levels though, Jesus.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Footprints.
Can you bottle me when you get
5
back?
enemies, 5 bounties. I'll find them. Bountiful. Positioning.
Sucker.
Blending in.
Ruins. Grab bottom ones if it's safe to do so. Thanks.
Yeah.
I'll find them.
I'll take your tribute.
Oh, Kunkka's in deep doo-doo.
My blades grow thirsty.
Got my man.
Haste. I follow the trail.
Finish this fucker. Thanks.
Got you.
Dire structures are fortified.
Trail goes
Uh oh, that's full damage. Yes! Run, Ricky, run!
You got 3 runes. You win.
Okay, now it's personal. This way.
They're all up there, dude.
Worth the effort. Repositioning. I've come to collect. My blades will do the talking. My blades grow thirsty. A lead.
So much space created.
As long as I get paid. I'll find them.
Got 6 hit.
Oh, I sure do. Oh shit, there's a fucking tree over here. Tree and bottom.
Yes.
Easy.
Is that a broken twig I spy? I fade from sight. I follow the trail.
Good.
This way. Stalking.
What?
On the move.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
I'll find them.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Money, 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 money!
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Oh shit. We're very serious about this. Oh god, I'm dead, aren't I?
Sentry there. Try? No? Okay.
You're not going anywhere.
Dude, just keep going, man. Just keep. Oh!
Oh, tree and ulted Rick.
Midas on Slaughter.
Now it's personal.
I'm coming, I'm coming. Money.
You'll always be my chum.
Not yet. I'm not ready.
Yep.
Woo! Jump, Kuka. Great plays. Great plays.
I follow the trail.
Oops, I got the wrong seal.
Repositioning.
Oh, fuck. God damn it.
Find them.
15-minute runes?
Aye, aye, Captain.
My blades will do the talking. A lead.
Every coin helps.
My blades grow thirsty.
Oh, I have 4 TP scrolls. What the? Oops. No, the kills without tracks. No! No!
It's not time yet. Not yet. 5 enemies, 5 bounties.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
Stalking.
Can I get a TP? Try. Plus one? One, guys. One. Maybe.
Come on, baby.
Okay.
Hey, Ricky, our team's gone.
I'm gonna get some armor item for us.
Is Ricky our support? I mean, he's our carry, right? He's our safe lane carry, right? He's level 8.
Yes.
Yeah, he's safe lane carry.
Over there.
Okay.
Illusion.
I'm coming on track.
Not here.
Oh shit.
Wind Ranger, you fucking cock.
I got you, baby.
Regeneration. It's not time yet.
Another one. Go next. Go next.
I'm not ready.
Worth, I guess.
Power shot that bitch. All right, now leave Ricky in there. Everyone, walk away from Ricky.
Wow. No TP, no TP.
Wow, man.
No, dude, help him out. I got a TP top to shut the wave.
Can you jump to me?
Stalking.
Can I get my fucking drums?
I'll find them.
Wow. Yep. Wow, dude.
Dire's structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Oh my god, I might be dead here. I'm dead. Oops. Run, they're all there.
Bottom tower has
Run.
fallen.
They don't have duel.
A lead.
We're gonna need more. They have so many here, guys.
Give him cool in 3 seconds.
Quiver is empty.
You let your guard.
The fucking tree is wrecking us.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Cloaked and daggered.
Dire's structures are fortified.
The realm. I
Now
shall
we're-
hunt them down.
You can deny the tower.
You know what? I'm thinking to buy BKB actually, or Lotus. Lotus makes a lot of sense.
You got dust?
How's
Fuck!
so invisible?
If only there was a hero that could give you guys visibility.
Maybe an item, right?
My blades will do the talking.
Does it actually work stealing from your phone?
Bounty.
I don't think so.
Is that a broken
Oh,
tree,
man.
guys?
Go ahead and get top round.
This sucks.
My fees have doubled.
I'll take your tribute.
Yes.
What?
Tree on top.
Won't get far. Cut him up. Not yet. Over Over there. Feed my blade. Stalking.
Or come in, Wind Ranger.
I'm out of here.
I got Epi.
Okay, you have
They're all
Epi?
there.
Alright, maybe.
Your bottom tower has been
No, why me?
Use Face Boots, it'll be faster.
Well, on the chain feed. English only, okay?
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Can you stop backseat gaming there, Yoshioka? Thanks, man. Stop backseat gaming. Jesus Christ. And Tundra, don't even go there, man.
Gonna need to do better than that to shake me.
Literally shit stirring. Tundra, I need you to reply, and I need you to. I need to know that you understand what I just said.
I gave you a lot of money.
Oh yeah?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Soaked ya!
5 enemies, 5 bounties. Closing in. It's not time.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Is he TPing?
Repositioning. I'll find them. I come to collect. I follow the trail.
Runes in a minute.
Tundra, I'm saying that you don't ask that question. You don't go there. You don't ask about drama. You don't stir up shit. I need you to understand that.
Over there. I'll find them.
240 gold.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm dead.
Running back.
Here's a blade in your eye. Your middle tower is under attack.
I misunderstood?
Death's bounty.
Did I know? Well, maybe I did. If I misunderstood, then that's my mistake. So I either go Lotus or I go Greaves. 5, 4, 7, 5, 4,000. Let's go Lotus.
Your top tower is under attack.
On the hunt. Closing in.
Careful, mid.
A lead.
No.
You won't get far.
Yo, care.
I follow the trail. Payday.
Should we go bottom or keep going middle?
My blades will do the talking. Stalking. Is that a right twig I spy? Not yet.
Dire structures are fortified.
Let's get back. Oh, we're not gonna accomplish much here.
Five enemies, 5 bounties.
Do you want to donate to see what you want to see? Scarlet?
I'll find them.
Leave him. Sand King, leave him.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Justice. Watch your head.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I got BKB coming. I can run in their face.
Your middle tower has fallen.
I follow the trail.
They really roast on him.
Yes.
Psych? Oh, you got me. Yo, you got me good, bro. You got me good. I mean, if you're gonna have fun watching for free, then don't act whiny about it, okay, man? In the very same vein, right? How do you feel about people who complain about free dinners?
Run, Ricky! Run! Ricky!
Nah, I don't think you can run.
I was already dead.
They bought back.
Oh yeah, 2 of them are bought back.
So I built a Lincoln is the question.
I had planned to take them in alive, but repositioning.
Oh shit.
On the move. You can't fight what you can't see. Bountiful. 5 enemies, 5 bounties. I'll enjoy this. Is that a broken twig I spy? With pleasure, slice is nice. not ready. Go Priva.
I'm gonna farm my blink there.
Oh my god, okay.
Is there a sentry down on the catch group?
I don't know. He might have just been sitting there. But probably a sentry.
Never mind on the blink. Down.
Sarkwood's really poor. Am I okay? Why would I not be okay?
Who's just made bail? Over there. Attack! On the move. Is that a broken twig I spy? Footprints.
Oh shit. Run, Coco.
Help him. I'm coming. Oh, he's got DD. Oh, that's a big yikes.
We're just getting picked off.
Don't fight when that nigga got DD, dog.
Do you get paid money to play this game? Ju Lin. You get paid money to play this game?
My blades will answer for this injustice.
Your middle tower has fallen.
Another shot.
Radiant structures are
My
fortified.
blades will do the talking.
Your top tower is under attack.
A lead.
Your top tower is under attack.
You know, I hate it when I ask people questions and they just don't even fucking answer.
It's not time yet.
Actually, you know, I don't mind it that much, because you know why?
Cut him up.
Probably means that I'm fucking right.
I follow the trail. My blades grow thirsty. Unseen. 5 enemies, 5 bounties.
See you later, Lagger. Nice to see you again today.
Yo, can we fight where we have sensors down? Like, we'll probably catch somebody here, right? Let's go top.
Alright, I play Heroes for Donation, Varun.
I'll take your tribute.
Yo, this LC is by himself.
Run.
He's not by himself, but they don't have slaughter. Okay, good fight.
You guys
Yeah,
wanna,
slow
can you guys sweep the jungle with me? Just once? Remind top.
I think you guys should check Roshan. Do we remember Roshan timer? Yeah, Elsie's dead for a while on Jakiro. So if you can do Roshan right now, it's probably the best play. Yeah, you can see my quick buy name, Dota. Never mind, Roshan's not up. I played Invoker last game and I bought Lotus.
Sentry up there.
I've never lost a mark. I'm not going to start now.
I think Kunkka needs BKB maybe.
Just feed my
Your top tower is under attack.
Kara, his team is probably behind him. Kara, Wind Ranger. Oh, nice.
Not yet. Dead or alive.
I don't think we lost.
I don't think so either. I got Lotus now, so I can dispel Course of Haze off you guys.
Find them. I follow the trail. My blades will do the talking.
We have an item.
Over there. I'm not ready. Is that a broken twig I spy? I'm not ready. Stalking. On the move. Footprints. Found you. Haste. I've come correct. I'll find them.
Kill, 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 kill.
This way.
Oh my god, dude.
Not yet.
That undispellable haze, isn't it? Oh shit, we lost. Yo, Slaughter got the undispellable. Yeah, I can't take it off you guys.
Over there. On the hunt.
Ruby is level
Roshan has
25.
fallen to the down.
5 enemies, 5 bounties.
Oh, did he get double damage? Oops.
Ooh, that's 384 damage on him. That's a double
Oops.
dual win.
We lost.
That is a painful hitting Legion.
You could take undispellable corrosive haze off if you have Solar Crest.
And get axe.
I don't think that's how it works. No, I'm pretty sure that's not how it works, Namdota.
Your top tower has fallen.
But I don't know if we'll make it that far.
So safe harbor, eh?
We'll have to wipe him.
Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your top base has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen.
450 damage. Yikes.
Your middle barracks has fallen. Dire's structures are fortified. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Honestly, I think the moral of the story is Karariki doesn't work.
Bottom barracks are under attack.
Not with a position 5 sinking.
I'll say AFK
Not when you
time.
have 3 other Invis heroes on your team.
On the move. Repositioning.
Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Oh, that's a ban. See you later, Chewie. Yeah, that guy's toxic earlier. He gets to be toxic again. Oh yeah, that was my last game. Does anyone have any questions or comments? No, no more games.
Defeated.
Nah, Lily, you just pressed the wrong button. Okay, does anybody have any questions or comments? Think I should have roamed rather than sitting in lane? Okay, so you understand that there's a cost to me roaming, right, everyone? So the cost to me roaming is that Wind Ranger might die to Jakiro and Arc Warden. So you want me to let Arc Warden farm, right? Arc Warden, one of the strongest late game heroes in the game. You want me to let him farm. Who's the mid player anyways? Let's see here. Their mid was either LC or Slaughter. Do you guys remember who it was? Yeah, I think it was LC. Okay, so gank the LC who has an ability that lets him run really quickly and a dispel with my Janada and my level 1 or level 2 Shuriken. I don't think that's the play, man. You're making the assumption that Jakiro will even go bottom. So you think that if I had gone bottom with my Janada and my level 1/2 Shuriken, that we could stop the Treant Protector and Slaughter with a Riki and Sand King? Sand King who has probably a level 1 stun. Probably just that. And Riki who has just probably a backstab. Do you see how our lanes are just too weak? No, man, I don't agree with you all. This Treant, you know what he has? He probably has Leech Seed, and he probably has Living Armor. We're not gonna kill anything, man. And Slaughter, he's so fucking tanky, dude. He runs at you with like what? His passive bash? And then he stuns. He's got 2 stuns. One AoE stun and one regular right-click stun, right? Like, our heroes are all just lane losing, all of them, right? So I don't agree with your suggestions. I would rather stay top, try my best to pull the lane, prevent the Arc Warden from farming, running at Arc Warden, taking Arc Warden's money, or taking Jakiro's money, and potentially getting kills there. Like the Wind Ranger and I, with the proper execution, we can actually kill those guys, and I think we did. You know, no, there's nothing to be done that game. Also, I don't agree with Solar Crest. I don't think it would have made much of a difference. I don't know. You guys keep, rather than focus on item builds, right? Why not focus on drafting and strategy? You know, times we should be doing Roshan, where we have our rewards. You know, once again, you know, I still believe that item critique is the lowest form of Dota 2 critique. Okay. Yeah, Gaben, that's gold stolen, man. This Ricky, when I was level 9, he was level 8. Watch this. Or is I level 9? So this is Ricky's level. And then look at my level. You see this shit, guys? We had way bigger problems. Anyways, does anyone have any more questions or comments? Please give me some insightful comments. Thanks. Yeah, you know, I really didn't like our Ricky pick. Yeah, he was the very last pick on our team too. What am I gonna play on my main? I don't know. Yeah, this Ricky, he actually almost did the smallest amount of damage. Like he did the same amount of damage as me and Sand King, the two supports. And yeah, I haven't checked out Chernobyl. Is that good? Yeah, like I had already picked Bounty Hunter. Then Kunkabai Shadowblade. Moon Ranger has an invisibility talent. Sand King has Sandstorm, and he still picked Ricky, man. He picked Ricky and Kunkabai Shadowblade. Hey Ahmad, please say I'm 13-year-old and I think guys saying stupid foreign words is funny. Alright, bud. How many sentries did they buy? They should have bought a lot. Trian bought 30, Jakiro bought 12, Slaughter bought 4, and a gem, and 3 dust, so... Hey man, it's not that funny, man. It's funny if you're 13. Do you know how old I am, man? In 2 weeks, I'm turning 31 years old. So when you say like, oh, please say this stupid word, right? It's not really funny to someone who's 31 years old. Hey Namdota, I would really appreciate if you just didn't criticize my item builds all the time, man. Like, just remember this, that you can justify any item build you could possibly want. Like, oh, this item is good because of this, but it's bad because of that. You can say that for any item, right? Like Blade Mill, Divine Rapier, Daedalus, Heart, AC, Lotus, Solar Crest. Like, it just changes the way that you play, right? So I think if you want to like progress into a higher understanding of Dota 2, you should look at the strategical decisions that teams make, or the drafting phase, you know, or how teams decide to rotate or play the lanes out. But like honestly, item critique, man, that's the lowest form of critique. It's just not very insightful, you know? That's my recommendation to you. Have a good night, Varun. Yeah, anyways, in this particular game, I think we just got outdrafted. We were waiting for Ricky to do something for the very longest time, but he just doesn't really do anything. So you intend your comments are satirical? Yeah, I know. I know sometimes you try to make it a joke like blah blah. LC bought Solar Crest. I didn't buy Solar Crest, therefore I lose. Right? It's a little funny, but I kind of roll my eyes just a little bit because I know that you still think that you're really right, and you're really trying to push that point that, you know, seriously, man, Lotus over, you should have bought Solar Crest or something. You think that I'm wrong not buying Solar Crest, right? And it's just, even though it is a joke, it's still a little, you know, it just feels a little that you really want to push certain items. Okay, well, it sounds like that. Could be wrong. Have a good weekend, great trip as far as the game goes. I think they just countered your team very well. It doesn't have much to do with the lanes and item builds, in my opinion. Yeah, well, I mean, lanes, like the drafting is part of the lanes, right? So if we didn't have the Ricky safe lane, I mean, as a thought experiment, you know, I wonder to myself what hero would have made the difference rather than having a Ricky if we had a... Like a Juggernaut would have been good, I think. Yeah, Juggernaut would have been fantastic. Yeah, oh my god, Juggernaut would be so good. Yeah, Juggernaut can get out of trees bullshit. You know, he can take off Slaughter's Corrosive Haze. He can heal whoever's being dueled. He doesn't care about Jakiro's DOT. So if we had Juggernaut instead of Ricky, I am pretty sure we could have won this game. Put farm priority on Kunkka safe lane, Wind Ranger mid, and SKBH off lane. That's a very interesting idea, Kevin. Let me just think about that. Kunkka safe lane. Farm priority on Kunkka safe lane. So you would have put the Kunkka... So you put Kunkka Ricky safe lane against a Treant Slaughter, and then a Wind Ranger would have been mid against LC, and then you suggest that me and Bounty Hunter, me and Sand King, we go against Arc Warden and Jakiro. I mean, the game would have been totally different for sure. I'm just not sure that it would have been better, and I'm not implying that it's worse either. It's just that's a little bit of a clusterfuck of a hypothetical situation. Ricky Max Smoke Cloud could make Gibbon's idea work. Well, I mean, in the laning phase, Ricky can't really max it, right? And he can't really Ricky don't really max Smoke Cloud, right? And by the time he can max Smoke Cloud, he's like level almost 10, so the laning phase is already over. Hey brother, nice to see your stream and the way you're teaching a whole mass. Appreciate it. Hey Mushir, thanks for your positive comments. I honestly enjoy reading them. Faces Void would be awesome too, I think. Yeah, I was thinking Faces Void. I'm just a little bit worried about Faces Void because if you look at the enemy's lineup, right? So actually Faces Void struggles with Jakiro. He does. So if Jakiro is not caught in the Chronosphere, he just puts down Ice Path. And even if he misses Ice Path, you know what? Then he just uses Liquid Fire and Dual Breath, right? And then Faces Void attacks really slowly, right? Or he just put down Macro Pyre whoever on whoever like Faces Void is targeting. And you may say to yourself, oh well, Faces Void's gonna have to buy BKB. Yeah, he will have to buy BKB to counter the Jakiro. But then The other problem is then you have a Treant Protector, right? Treant Protector, if he doesn't get caught in the Chronosphere, he can armor the person being targeted. And not only that, the bigger problem with Treant is that if he's nearby or close enough, he just uses ultimate on Faceless Void, and then Faceless Void can't even right click. I'm pretty sure that Treant's ultimate disarms through BKB. So then you might suggest, oh well, Faceless Void needs Manta Style and BKB. Yeah, he does, but then he needs both those items, you know. So it's kind of difficult. Manta Style and BKB on Faceless Void. So actually, I disagree with the Faceless Void pick, and I thought about it for a few seconds, but no, Jakiro and Treant fuck Faceless Void way too hard. What are your views about the ES Arcana? I think it's too expensive. Why can't you max it? I mean, you can max it later on, of course, but in the laning phase, it just cannot be maxed. What can you say about Seb's issue? I don't have an opinion on this, but I think the person who was crying wolf out about that issue was trying to make him look like an asshole. And what he said was racist and a little wrong, but I mean, there's two sides to every issue. I don't have an opinion on that. Well, I thought it helped solve a few issues. It isn't like a go-to strategy by any means. Yeah, no, honestly, I mean, it'd be interesting to see how that would have played out, Gaben, but it's just very hard to imagine, you know? Yeah, too many items required by Void. What fish never hurt? I don't know, man. I have the badints ready for you, though. Tell me what fish never hurt. You like the ES Arcana? Fish never hurt. Whale? Can someone explain this joke to me? I don't get it. I don't think a whale is considered a fish. Am I wrong, guys? You love the ES Arcana? I think I calculated it earlier. You had to spend like $120 US to get the ES Arcana, right? That's an expensive Arcana. Yeah, whale's a mammal. They breathe. Like they have to breathe oxygen. They're not a fish. I mean, that's beside the point. But even if a whale was a fish, I still don't get this joke. Does anybody get it without Googling it? I guess you got it off Google. Alright, your joke, man. Alright, we play sound effect for your joke. Okay, there you go. Yeah, no. Are we also fucking dumb that we don't get the joke? Or maybe it's just a bad joke. I'm guessing it's the latter. Woo! I need to get some lunch, guys, or some breakfast. Yeah, I need to get breakfast. It's like almost 3 p.m. I haven't eaten any food yet. I don't know what's for lunch. I gotta think about it. Does anybody have any last minute questions or comments? I am about to leave right now. Hey Shariz, if you want to learn about the Seb issues, you just go on Reddit, man. People just complaining and calling pros out for racist behavior, and people are trying to frame him and make him look worse than he actually is. That's all it is. I personally do not give a shit, so. Top Google result as well. So what did the top Google result say? Have you played in any other regions? How does NA stand in terms of difficulty? Hey Vladimir, I don't have an opinion on that, and I have played in other regions. I have played in EU and I have played in Southeast Asia. But to be honest with you, you can't just play like 5 games of Southeast Asia and 5 games of EU and be like, yeah, NA best region. Southeast Asia worst, or EU is in the middle. No, you can't say that, because like you have to play at least like, let's say 1,000 games on each region to actually know what you're talking about, you know? Even 100 games is not that many, you know? Like pros, 9K, 8K players, they have played like over 10,000 games, you know? Like 100 games is nothing. And if you played 5 games on your friend's region, if you have overseas friends, that's still nothing. And personally, I have not played over 100 games on every single region, or 1,000 games. So, cannot give you a good answer to that. Tundra, maybe it was a misunderstanding. Maybe it wasn't. But it's okay, man. It sounded that way. Better take a picture of that food for Discord. Okay, JT. What type of OS would be good to empty half of the cache memory within a second? What the fuck? Why are we talking about this? Namdota, perhaps you have an answer to something like this? You seem like the kind of person who'd be able to answer this question. Not that good, right? See, definitely worst. Oh, Jesus. You're welcome. Are you hyped about the Wrath of Mordecai being released soon? I'm sure. Wait, what is this? Wrath of Mordecai? I don't even know what that is. Can you explain to me what that means? Okay, Asian. It was a dad joke? Oh, was it? What type of operating system would be good to empty half of the cache memory within a second? Johnny seems to have gotten it. Did you actually get that, Johnny? Were you referring to his joke? Because I didn't get it. I'm tired, guys. The minigame that comes with the battle pass? Oh, right. To be honest with you, I don't really play too many other games besides just regular Dota 2. I don't even play the Jungle Expedition. Sets aren't that attractive to me. Don't really care. Good job, Johnny. You guys can tell Johnny those kind of jokes. He's sharp. Sharper than me. Oh, Thanos. Right. Which type of operating system would be good to empty half of the cache memory within a second? Okay, I can kind of see how it connects. Thanos. Oh, I thought you meant then operating system. I read that very literally. I see. Good job, man. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here. Enjoy your dad jokes, guys. Thank you everyone for watching the stream. I will be back tomorrow around the same time. So it should be, I guess, close to 7:30, 8 a.m. Pacific time. So I'll see you guys then. Have a great day, a great night, guys.